same.
Melton, Palermo, Rowe, Bagley, Harding, Johnson. Mr. President.
Here, please rise for the pledge and remark.
Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone, for being here on Tuesday, this beautiful day in our city of Omaha. And wise words of my former colleague, Rich Pauls, it's Tuesday. Let's get to work.
An affidavit of publication is on file for the pre-council and city council meeting, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of legislative chambers.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Omaha City Council. For those of you that have been here for a while, thank you for your patience and letting us complete our meeting that was prior to this, and we'll get started here on the rest of our agenda a bit late, but we'll spend as much time as needed to hear all of your thoughts and ideas about our many items today, and look forward to your testimony. Please turn your cell phones off or to vibrate. And before we start, we do have a presentation by Councilmember Amy Melton.
Very much.
We learned yesterday that a very good friend of the Building Commission, an employee of the Building Commission, and a friend of the city of Omaha, Pat Herzog, who was our chief facilities manager, passed away. Pat joined the commission on May 29th of 1990. Following his retirement from the United States Air Force and a brief period of other employment, he quickly moved up the position he held, and he was a key individual in the building of the 1910 Harney Street Garage, major remodeling projects in the Hall of Justice, scores of similar endeavors throughout the Civic Center, and the upgrading and improvement to the infrastructure of the buildings. His insight and experience made him a key individual in the development of the plans for the Juvenile Justice Center complex currently under construction. A complete list of Pat's accomplishments is too long to be recited here, except to note that each was accomplished with humility and grace and are a credit to the city of Omaha and Douglas County. Pat was well known for his integrity, his passion for having each project he directed to come in on time and on budget, and his two favorite phrases: "We offer our condolences to his wife, Rita, all of his extended family, as well as those who worked with him." Pat Herzog made a difference, and he will be very missed. And I have to say, as vice chair of the Douglas County Building Commission, I've had the great opportunity to have worked with Pat for the last 9 years. And he, every month he gave us the updates on this building. He knows every inch of this building and the courthouse. Whenever there was a problem, it was Pat Herzog that was there and there to figure out the problems when it flooded, when it rained. But he has really dedicated his life to taking care of these buildings since 1990. And so it was just very sad, and I thank you for taking the time to listen a little bit about Pat. I know he's on the building, Brinker Harding's on the building commission with me, and knows how much Pat's done for us. That goes unnoticed. It's Pat that you don't know that's fixing everything and making sure that these meetings happen, that the courthouse is running. He was the one that would get the calls from all the judges, yelling when a problem was wrong. And he was right there, middle of the night, coming down when water was leaking in. On weekends, Pat was there, Karen, making sure all of us could do our jobs come Monday morning. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
I'll just quickly add in, I think the details of the services are just being made. I think there's a visitation on Friday evening at Hefe and the funerals on Saturday morning. But I will say, buildings certainly have character and some even say a heart and a soul. And I would say that Pat Herzog was certainly the heart and soul of this complex, and he will be missed. He meant a lot to the building, and the building meant a lot to him. So God rest your soul, Pat.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 6, a resolution to approve the preliminary plat for Evergreen located southeast of 168th and Military Road. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
This item was laid over from the March 1st City Council meeting. The applicant has made a request to lay this item over another 30 days, and that is our intention today. But if anyone's here to address this item, since the public hearing has been advertised, we'll allow that to occur. So I'll ask for any proponents that may be here. If not, any opponents? Thank you. I will not close the public hearing on the notion that we're going to continue it. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
I'll make the motion to lay over till May 3rd and continue the public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton.
Yes.
Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 7 and 8 can be considered together for Benson Gardens Replat 22, located at 2306 North 79th Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Item 7, an ordinance to rezone this property from R2 District to R5 District. Item 8, a resolution to approve the final plat.
Public hearing and vote on number 7 and 8 are today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Seeing none, public hearing's closed. There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Items 7 and 8 are approved, 7-0. Items 9 through 11 can be considered together for Deer Creek Highlands Replat 1, located southwest of 126th and Greeby Streets. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Items 9 and 10 are ordinances to rezone this property from DR District and R4 District to DR District and R4 District. Item 11, a resolution to approve the final plat.
Public hearing and vote on items 9, 10, and 11 are today. Proponents, please.
Kyle Haase with E&A Consulting Group, 10909 Mill Valley Road, Omaha, Nebraska, representing the applicant. Make myself available for any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
I move to approve.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Items 9 through 11 are approved, 7-0. Item 12, a resolution to approve the View on 39th Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project Plan located at 3902 Dodge Street in an amount up to $3,689,156.
Public hearing and vote on number 12 is today. Proponents, please. Ms. Hadley.
Good afternoon, Bridget Hadley, City Planning. This redevelopment project plan is located at the site of the former Travel Inn Hotel and Lodge that had many code violations and was demolished in 2006. And that is this site here. Here's 39th Street and here's Dodge. So it's highlighted and shaded in blue. The lot remained vacant for 15 years and was subject to dumping, overgrown vegetation, and neglect. The redevelopment site is positioned at the entrance of the Jocelyn Castle neighborhood and as well on the Orbit line. Woodsonia 3902 Dodge LLC is under contract to purchase this property and is also the applicant. The proposal consists of a newly constructed 136-unit market rate multifamily structure. There will be 4 levels of housing above 1 level of underground parking, accessed from the alley on the north side of the redevelopment. So on this north side, and I'll just go right to the site plan. Try to zoom in a little bit. So there's a unit mix of studios, 1 and 2 bedrooms. There will be 88 underground temperature-controlled parking spaces, and then 13 parking spaces along 39th Street. The project also proposes rooftop deck, interior courtyard, and 2 new landscaped green spaces on the east and west side of the building. So part of this project, because of its location, there were concerns about the increased traffic at 39th Street and Dodge, and then at the alleyway. And Public Works noted that there was traffic visibility concerns. The solution was to remove access from both 39th Street and the western alleyway access at Dodge Street. So again, removing this access and removing this access, so essentially closing it off, and then creating this 65-foot cul-de-sac. The closure is anticipated to not only enhance the safety of both intersections, but also to add aesthetic appeal to Dodge Street and the neighboring area. The public improvements will include not only the cul-de-sac that I mentioned, but also new sidewalks, streetscaping, street improvements to 39th Street, stormwater detention, new site lighting, and expanded landscaping around much of the site, and particularly along the Dodge Street corridor. It is currently zoned R7 and GC with an ACI 2 overlay, but the project plan is proposed to rezone to TOD2 mixed use. This redevelopment project will accomplish and further many of the city's master plan goals. It will remove substandard and blight conditions within the urban core of the city. It transforms an underutilized vacant lot along a major transportation corridor into a higher and better use. It will help promote transit-oriented development supported by the transportation, land use, urban design concept elements of the master plan. And then, of course, the completed project will ultimately help to enhance the tax base for various taxing jurisdictions within the city of Omaha and the state. The total TIF eligible costs are just over $4.2 million. The amount of the TIF is approximately $3.7 million, and the total project investment is over $27 million. The TIF project complies with the community development law and our TIF program. The TIF committee has given their approval, and with that, I would ask for your approval. Here are, show you real quick some of the elevations. So up top, this is the east building elevation. Below is the west building elevation. This is one of the entryways, the main building entryway. And then this top elevation is the south building elevation. And then this lower one is the north building elevation, and this is where the garage entry is. So on the north side of the building alleyway, that is how they will access the garage. Mitch Honlin, who represents the ownership, is here, and his attorney representative, Larry Jobin, is also here if there are further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents?
Excuse me, Donnie Johnson, North Omaha Concerned Citizen Foundation, the Johnson and Question Foundation, 4928 North 52nd Street. And we have two queens, so I just only have one box because the revenue is so short in North Omaha, we don't have the money. Now, I believe the UMC is getting quite a bit on this infrastructure money. They spend all the Ebola money with the way they want it. I think Ms. Bridget Hadley is a wonderful lady, but the Omaha Planning Department is misdirecting some funds. Like in North Omaha, we need a USDA office, we need a Peace Corps office, and I told Ms. Johnson I would be here to support her and tell her some of the problems you folks are not seeing. Like, for instance.
So, Mr. Johnson, we're talking about 30,
Yeah, we're talking about this
39th
money
and
you
Dodge,
keep giving
right?
to the UMC. That's what we're talking about, right, Mr. President?
This is not UNMC, it's a development at 39th and Dodge.
Part of that bridge or the one that you guys built there for Creighton?
This is the travel-in site at 39th and Dodge. It's private development.
The private sector is asking for some tax money, like Connery did?
It's
and
not UNMC, but so keep your remarks to that item at number 12.
I
if you
am.
would.
I go down there every day, dude.
Okay.
If you're talking about 39th and Dodge.
Okay.
I seen the Ebola money. That's what I was walking around nosing about. They got Ebola money. They tore a building down, put parking lots up for that. Look, I have no problem with UMC. My mom worked for the Children's Hospital. I'm saying we need some help in North Omaha. And one more thing. I would think you should tiptoe, which I read in the newspaper today, about those banks that are, North Omaha. Mr. William Barney, do you remember Franklin Credit Union and Larry King? There's a reward I thought to do. If you know, someone told me he passed away. And Commonwealth Savings down in Lincoln, Governor Thorne had to save you folks. But anyway, would you still consider one more thing? We need that building, the OIC building, and that U.S. Mill building. Otherwise, I'm gonna come down here and filibuster for Miss Johnson, but I'd rather be out in the community. They made me cut my hair, I had to pass inspection. I'm gonna go out there and start some more trouble.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 12?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I'll be short because I have to go to a mandatory meeting. As you know, I don't really care for the work that the TIF committee does. I think that the projects increase costs for residents. You say that you care about the urban core, but with a BID TIF projects affecting adjacent properties, the value of properties around a TIF project, you're increasing costs for the residents. The main thing is this discussion about affordable housing, what affordable housing is. And the formula or the way that you arrive to that number, I think is misguided. I'm gonna throw a number here, $700 a month is affordable housing. Maybe less than that. I think it's HUD that says a third or less of your monthly income should go to rent. Now, if I move to Mexico, I can pay my rent in 1 week. Here in the United States, here in Nebraska, I gotta work 2 weeks, maybe more, in order to make my finances make sense. And that's the difficulty that people have. The economy, the way that the economy has been working for the last 40 years isn't helping the middle class or the lower class.
Could you tell me what that has to do with $39?
I was about to ask the same question.
Yeah. So here, with these 130 units, these units are not affordable. Even though you call them market rate or whatever, they're not affordable. And I've been coming here for like 5 years, and I haven't found a market rate unit that's affordable. You add components to affordability, like certain number of units having to be affordable housing. But like I said, if somebody's paying more than a third of their rent, they're getting had. I mean, a third of their income for their monthly rent, they're getting had or hosed, whatever. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other opponents to number 12?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette, Omaha, 68132. Thank you, Donnie. As Walter Brennan used to say, I'm again it, and you guys know why I'm again it. Now, last week I sat here in the morning all day, had lunch and sat for maybe 6 hours last Tuesday before I had to give up. And then I tried to go back and play the video and listen to it all over again. And you know what? There's still a cloud over whatever it is you're trying to tell us about TIF, and it's not on the back of the taxpayers. As Ms. Melton said on the tape, it's recorded. She said it in a way that it sounds like she was admitting that it's on the back of the taxpayers. You need a new campaign, a PR campaign, or whatever you want to call it, because you confused a lot more people last week. There were a lot more people down here last week. And there were some ladies down here last week that speak to you in the same venue that I do. And they made some pretty good points. One of them is, oh, we need a citizen TIF program. There was a gentleman just a little while ago talking about something I was confused on because there's no notice out there. But that neighborhood and those people, they need a neighborhood or a citizen TIF so they can get financing. I don't know. But last week, he's more or less implied that it's not the taxpayer paying it. It's not my taxes going up. It's city sells bonds. The point being, a developer gets a break. But because of your development in my area, my taxes go up, whether you want to admit it or not. But you should be honest with us and just declare it. You need a presentation open for two-way conversation, because that did help. But let's get out the flow charts and the arrows, and let's prove in visuals how it does not raise my property taxes. Oh. I moved over here from Council Bluffs. I used to play golf at Dodge Park. I have a lot of friends over there yet. And I spoke to a person yesterday that was here, I think, last week, but he said he had a friend that moved over there because his property taxes were too high. And he said what his property taxes were, quite a few $1,000s less than they were here. I might have to go. A lot of my people my age might have to go. Not to mention the fact I'm on the edge of the urban core at 50th Street. This presentation shows one small area of 39th and Dodge. The rest of it is not blighted. The whole area is not blighted. The house next door isn't blighted. The house behind isn't blighted. How do you justify blighting one property? Does that mean you're going to hop, skip, and jump from 50th Street to the middle of Lafayette Avenue and blight my house, but not my neighbors? I haven't looked at the map that you recently did, but this is all planning department stuff. So was the last meeting, had to do with planning. So maybe there's a problem in the planning department that they need to help you describe this easier for people. I don't think the people in North Omaha believe it either. But here again, we're building something along Dodge Street headed towards Saddle Creek. And now you can see if you drive around there from Saddle Creek up towards 50th, wasn't too long ago you tried to take the service station up there. Or we're going on to Dodge Street and we're going on to Fremont. High rises to people can stop and get on and get off. Maybe drink on their way to work, drink on their way home, not have to go anywhere with their cars. Density? Excuse me. How many people can you put on top of each other? And how long will that last before those young people that you're trying to build to attract decide they're a little old and they want to go elsewhere? Or they're a little more progressive than you folks and they want to go to the Northeast. I'm sorry, last week I said the Northwest. But they do want to move to the Northeast because they're all liberal out there.
So Larry, we understand you're opposed to this
And they have
project, and you're opposed
affordable
to TIF.
housing on
If you can
trailers.
summarize, please.
Little houses on trailers, that's affordable housing to them. 1/3 of your income, more than 1/3 is not affordable. Now, don't interrupt me because he brought it up. He's
I'm
off
asking you to
topic.
summarize because you've had
Donnie
plenty
was
of time
off
at this
topic.
point to
Don't
express your
interrupt.
opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 12? Seeing none, public hearings closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could the owner, Mitch Conley, and Larry Jobin please come up? Thank you. Hi there, how are you?
Hello, Mr. President, members of the council, Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, and is he here today?
Yes, he is. Mitch Holland, Woodsonia, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Morning. Mitch Holland, I'm one of the partners on the development team, 20010 Manderson.
All right, thank you so much. Just wanted to ask a few questions. First of all, I will also want to acknowledge the fact that at 39th and Dodge, bringing forth this $2.7 million project is very incredible and awesome. But today we're here to discuss TIF funding. And so I just want to ask some questions so that we are being very transparent to the community and to taxpayers, and we're also dealing with community development law. So I want to kind of ask some questions for the record so that we have that on file. So please bear with me as I ask the following questions. About how many jobs will this project bring to the area?
I don't know that I know that off the top of my head, but it was in our TIF application. So I think in terms of permanent on-site, 10,
Okay.
and during the construction phase, about 200.
About 200? And those 200 construction jobs, are you looking to fill those with local talent, local contractors?
Those will all be locally sourced. Yep.
All right, and then there was some question about affordability of the housing. Can you give me the low-end range for the rental property cost, and then the high-end range, please?
For the rental rates,
Uh-huh.
for studios, they'll start at $930, and then for 2 bedrooms, we expect them to go up to $1,600.
Okay, and will there be an opportunity for anyone to qualify for Section 8 or any other supplemental housing?
I guess I'll try to answer that question. I'm not a affordable housing tax credit guy, but this is a market rate deal, meaning it's conventionally financed.
Okay.
My understanding is there really isn't a Section 8 anymore. It's really more of a coupon or a coupon-based rent supplement. And so I think the problem you have with these types of market rate projects is that the rents are so high that even with that coupon that is subsidized for rent probably doesn't get you where you need to be. So that person that was able to have that coupon for the rent would have to make up the difference with their own income. And so that's why when you have these conventionally financed projects, we can't prevent anyone from coming in and trying to apply to occupy one of these units, and nor would we. It's whether they can qualify from an income perspective. So that's my understanding of how this all works. So if they could afford it, they certainly could come in and apply for an apartment. And if they qualified on an income basis with their coupon or their subsidy, then they certainly could rent a unit.
Thank you. And when when will the construction begin, and when will the project end?
We hope to start this July. We anticipate 20 to 24 months of construction.
So we're looking at 2022 to maybe 24?
I would say 2024.
Okay. And then we talked a little bit about public improvement. Ms. Hadley talked a little bit about it. Did you have anything else to add to that?
I don't think so. We had our first meeting with the city probably 18 months ago, and that's when we first learned about the closure of 39th Street. Initially, we thought that would be a pretty big obstacle, but we're actually overall pretty excited about it. Being from the Blackstone area, I think this is a great use of TIF. I think we're cleaning up a pretty rough piece. But in terms of the public improvements, I think it's really going to improve the facade of 39th Street. We're excited about the streetscape, the new cul-de-sac, all of 39th Street. That alleyway is incredibly deteriorated. So there's a lot of public improvements that are eligible on this one, and we're excited to be able to do it.
And my final question, have you did any neighborhood engagement, any of those pieces?
Yeah, we've had 5 separate neighborhood meetings, one of which I think 2 of which Danny Bagley's been to. Dave Fanslaw was able to come to one. I think Ryan Haas was there. So we've been pretty active with engaging both the neighborhood property owners and then the neighborhood association as well.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and motion to approve.
I'll second. Mr. Bigley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I wanted to thank Mitch and Larry. I know, as was mentioned, we did have meetings with the neighborhood association, and I know there's still some concerns about traffic on the west side on 40th Street where the cul-de-sac is in Davenport. And I know in talking to Public Works this morning in our committee meeting that those things, we can look at them as the process goes forward if there's things that need to be changed as far as traffic control items, and we can certainly do that going forward. But I know I got some emails from the neighborhood folks, and I just wanted to share that for the record, that as this process goes forward and it gets built, that we can still always work on those things as needed. So, thanks.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. I did second because I also support this project, and just want to say or note that I've been, like others at the city, been dealing with this site for probably 20 years, back to the days when it was the Travel Inn. And although there used to be a really good Vietnamese restaurant there, the travel-in was very problematic for the neighborhood. Lots of police calls, lots of issues with drugs and prostitution. And when I happened to be working in the mayor's office is when that building was demolished, and you should have seen the cheers go up in the neighborhood when that occurred to see that get cleared and those issues resolved. But having said that, it's now been 15 years and it's been a vacant lot that has not looked good for a long period of time. So I'm pleased to see that we do now have a development prospect on it that I think will be a good enhancement to that corner. And as the applicant said, will clean things up a bit. Motion and a second, roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 12 is approved, 7-0. Item 13, a resolution to approve the Elmwood Townhomes Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project Plan located southeast of Leavenworth and south 54th Streets in an amount up to $1,538,199. A is communication, B is a request from the applicant to postpone this item to the April 12th meeting.
So the public hearing and vote is advertised today on number 13, but as the clerk stated, the applicant has requested there be a layover until April 12th, and that's our intention today. So I'd encourage those who want to speak to wait until that day, but if you are here and can't make it that day, I would like to hear from proponents. Mr. Noddle.
Mr. President, members of the council, city staff, Jay Noddle, Noddle Companies, 2285 South 67th Street. The request for the layover is we need to go back to the TIF committee next week. Construction costs have increased quite a bit, and so there's some capacity left in the TIF package that we'd like to see if the TIF committee and the council will approve. So we aren't able to have the hearing this week, but I am speaking because I will not be here next week. And so I wanted you to know the reasons for that. I can also say that in working with Councilman Begley and some of his constituents, we've had several meetings and discussions about the project. There was a request that I sit down and listen and consider making some architectural changes to the project, which we've made. And I think that the neighborhood is very pleased with that. I think there's a letter on file to that effect. And so I just, I wanted to speak since you gave us the opportunity. And if there's any questions, I can ask them today. If that's out of order, then that's fine as well, but I won't be here next week.
Thanks. I suspect we'll wait, but thanks for that background. Any other proponents that want to speak today? If not, any opponents?
Donnie Johnson, North Omaha Concerned Citizen Foundation, the Johnson and Question Foundation, a 501c3, 4928 North 52nd Street. Now, Mr. Frederickson, I'll go back one further with you. You said you knew the area on 30 and 9th and Dodge. Well, I went to spend my summers at Johnson Castle there studying under the Academy of Notre Dame. So I understand the area very well, okay? Now, let's go back for a second. We need infrastructure, that brand nice building. We need money for that because it's collapsing. Mr. Allen Bear, who spent all the money with Lancer, screwed up. It ain't my problem. I told him I had to go to the United Nations study under the Senator Zerinsky program. In the meantime, Mr. Oakdale Council in North Omaha, would you tell him I'm trying to get his wife, Brenda Council, license back so she can represent him in court? Because he's going around here getting all these contracts from the city to cut grass and giving the guys $10. I said this is a city and local issue. I don't want to deal with federal stuff. I will mention it to Mr. Frederickson that Mr. Oakdale Council might need counseling from an attorney if he keeps going around here getting these contracts and paying people $10 to cut grass when they can get the money themselves. That ain't my business. I'm just here to tell you that we need some more help in North Omaha, like the U.S. Mill building and the OIC building. Donated to us 100-year lease, like, you know, the British Empire. When I studied with them guys in Nigeria, they negotiated a contract with China for 100 years for $1 for Hong Kong. Now they got to give it back. But we get the land, we'll do a better job, I think. And you have a wonderful day, sir.
Thank you. Any other opponents on number 13 before we have a motion to lay over? Seeing none, I will not close public hearing. Is there a motion?
I motion to, for the layover,
Till April 12th?
to April 12th. Is that what you want?
Yes, second.
Motion a second till April 12th. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 14, a resolution to approve the Schooler Office Building Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project Plan located at 2027 Dodge Street in amount up to $1,405,000.
Public hearing and vote on number 14 is today. Proponents, please. Mr. Seaton.
Yes, good afternoon, Don Seaton, Omaha City Planning Department. The Schooler Building rehab is a rehab of an existing building that has vintage character, historic character. It's not officially designated as a historic building. It's located on Dodge, pretty much across the street from Central High School. Project involves a couple of parcels, one containing the building, which is along Dodge, the other along Douglas. It's a surface parking lot currently. Here's another aerial. So it's this parking lot and then this long lot here with the building, a 1922 building that was constructed as a VFW hotel initially. Building's about 88,000 square feet. Schooler has moved out of the building. It's been vacant for a few months now. The new owners are proposing to do a comprehensive rehab of the building. It had been designed for a single office tenant. They're going to be put it on the market for multiple different office tenants. There's a gymnasium and an event space, large open spaces within the building. They're going to be converting that 27,000 square feet of space to leasable office space. As I mentioned, this surface parking lot along Douglas. It's going to be completely reconstructed. We'll have some new curb gutter and sidewalk in the right-of-way, and basically that lot's not very attractive right now. It'll be redone and reconstructed to city standards, and it'll be a definite improvement. The developer is KRF Dodge LLC. It's managed by the Kentro Group. Chris Viscardi is the manager, and he's with us today. Total project investment in this portion of downtown is about $8.4 million, approximately. They're requesting $1,405,000 in TIF support. It's nice to see an older building, a vintage building being rehabbed. It complies with the city's master plan. It's an appropriate use for the location, and it meets all the required criteria for the TIF program. We ask for your approval. It's a view looking to the southeast, so it's a very nice building.
Thank you. Any other proponents today on number 14?
Thank you. I'm Chris Viscardi with Kentro Group. I'm at 1509 York Street in Denver. I'll just keep it brief. Don did a good job. Our goal, we've been looking in this market for around 5 years. We found this project last year in the summer, and it's one of those projects that you can really see that you can impact an area. With it being empty and the challenge that is facing with it being mixed use, there's going to take extensive investment in time on stabilizing it. And I think that was one of our primary goals here, is try to utilize this cool historic building, but then actually take it from a single tenant building down to a multi-tenant building. So we're really energized about this. We've been out quite a bit, and we like that this is going to be our first project here. I'm here for any questions, though, that you may have.
Thank you. Welcome to Omaha. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
It's not closed yet.
Come on down.
Can't see you from back there.
I couldn't see you either.
Larry Storer, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. My goodness, that certainly doesn't look blighted to me. Are the other people that own buildings in that area, are they aware that that whole area is blighted or severely blighted, or what do you call it? Ultimate blighted? I don't know. There's other kinds of descriptions. But that would make a nice affordable housing as it is. Why don't we spend the money rehabbing it? Or are we going to take Central High School and demolish that and have a hole in the ground until we get TIF? oh, how many other buildings? There's the old parking garage. Years ago, when I worked at Northwestern Bell, right on the corner of 19th there, that's not dilapidated. Now, did those property owners and it's the high school, are they getting today's values of their newly blighted properties at a lower tax rate than the rest of the citizens? You know, maybe you're digging a hole here that you're not going to be able to get out of unless you get TIF. And then I might misunderstand something, but the last gentleman, I think he said he was from Denver. Now, is the developer from Denver? Or how many outside developers from outside of the city of Omaha do we have? Do they all stay here and then pay the property tax 20 or 25 years from now? You know, these are things you need to really explain quite clearly, more clearly than last week and over the last few years and even today, as to how it does not affect those people to the side or back that own properties, and how it does not affect even mine. It's just not getting explained. And there's more and more people taking the attitude towards it that I am. So I think you need a better PR campaign about all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to have Planning Department come up, and then also Mr. Mascardi. Thank you. Just have a few questions. Again, this is going to be a very much needed development project in the area there at 20th and Dodge. Yes, that area does need some significant help, and appreciate all the efforts being made there. My line of question again is community involvement. How much community involvement was given in terms of public meetings, things like that, in terms of letting folks know that you guys would be here today to pursue TIF funding?
Well, Don Seaton, City Planning. For my part, during our pre-application meetings, we always encourage our developers to reach out and have neighborhood engagements. Now, in a setting like this, it's a little less crucial because you're not exactly surrounded by single-family homes or even apartment buildings. It's mostly other commercial properties. But we do encourage that at all our pre-app meetings. As far as what's happened with the outreach on this project, I'll defer to Mr. Viscardi.
This is a little unique because basically this site is almost fully surrounded by New Style. They own the old Enron building, they own the new Highlands to the south of us, and then they own some stuff to the south. So we met with him on the forefront of our project to really kind of start talking about, as a neighbor, what we could do here and how that would change. And then obviously to the north we have Central and the Art Museum. So we're kind of landlocked by neighbors. So that's really where we kind of limited it to it. I hope that answered your question, but.
Yeah, I was just curious, were you offered any recommendation for improvements, things like that?
You know, I think with where Mr. Halstead kind of stood, he thought it was a very unique building. I think he toured it prior to us, and he's been in that area for a long time. So I think everybody saw it as trying to remain as office rather than a conversion to residential. It doesn't really set itself up for a conversion very well just because how the spaces are very unique and deep. And a lot of that square footage, I know we're saying 87,000 square feet, but most of that is almost subterranean. So in the end, we're gonna end up losing leasable area, converting it to an office building, because you've got spaces along Dodge that are 2 floors down that won't have any windows. So you're basically converting an 87,000 square foot building that'll end up being about 67,000 square foot rentable. So what happens when it's residential is you really just can't make those numbers work, and you're probably only getting about 50 units or 40 units in the total building. And if you think about that over 87,000 square feet, the numbers just don't work. So that's why we kind of came from a different approach to say, we think the preservation of the office is what's needed, and we can offer kind of a middle ground for like B class units that you might be in downtown, you might not be able to afford office space, or you don't want 10,000 square feet, you come to us and we have 4,000 square feet that you take, and it's actually demisable in an easier way.
And was there any engagement with city council rep for this area?
No, that's my fault. I reached out to Mr. Bagley. Actually, I think that was originally his district when he started this. And then he told me it was, I think now back to you.
Okay.
I reached out really late in the game, so that's my fault.
Yeah, because I really would have wished that you had done that, because then I could answer questions from constituents and things like that. That really puts me at a disadvantage when I don't really have any information and then things are coming forth. So, I mean, I welcome the project. I think it's great, but it just puts me at a disadvantage when I'm not able to say, hey, you know, I met with the project owner. I'm not able to answer questions like, how many jobs are you going to be bringing? Construction jobs? Are you going to fill them from the local area? Can you answer those questions now?
Yeah, no, our team is all local. Our architect is TAC Architecture. Lund Ross is going to most likely be the contractor. And our management team is local there in Investor Realty. So everything about the way we formulate our teams is all local. We wouldn't be bringing from, even though I'm from Denver and we office in Denver, we're not bringing our teams from there. We really like to invest in our communities. And backing up, I do apologize for not getting in touch with you earlier. So that's all obviously all on us. But yeah, no, I think we're projecting about 150 to 200 jobs. I think it'll end up being how intensive the construction will be in the old gym. I think that's going to be the biggest wild card in this whole thing. As soon as you start peeling back the layers in these types of old buildings, you're always going to find something that you're going to have to go deeper into it.
Okay, and I would like to get your business card so that we can meet after this. Also, the other questions that I had was, when will this project begin, and what's the approximate date that it will be finished?
So we close on the property in about 3 weeks.
Okay.
So our goal would be start doing such as the site improvements, really creating a safer environment on that southern parking lot, putting in landscaping islands, better access point and striping. That would be sometime this summer. And then it'll be kind of dependent on the market of how quickly we can get some leasing moving. So we recently started advertising with investors. We don't want to just go build out spec space, depending on, especially that basement could go a lot of different directions. We want to get a depth of the market to understand who's the right user. So we're hoping that we would be complete by next summer. But with office in the middle of COVID, we're banking it could take 2 years, right? We want to make sure we have enough dollars in capital protection that we can last for as long as we need to lease the building.
And what is the cost for these units, the low end and high end?
It'll end up depending on the TI that tenants are going to want. Right now, I would envision the market's probably in that low 20 range a square foot.
All right, thanks again.
Yep.
Thank you. No further lights. Is there a motion?
I move that we go ahead and, I motion to approve the TIF financing,
Second.
or not, TIF funding.
Redevelopment Project Plan number 14. I'll second that. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 14 is approved, 7-0. Item 15, a resolution to approve the designation of both a community redevelopment area and extremely blighted area as shown on the map in Exhibit B.
Public hearing and vote on number 15 is today. Proponents, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Don Seaton, Omaha City Planning. With this item, we are asking the council to designate a portion of the city as a community redevelopment area. Also, we call it a CRA. And concurrently, we'll ask you to declare it as an extremely blighted area, EBA. Hopefully, people are taking notes on the names and acronyms so that there's no confusion over what a CRA is. It's Community Redevelopment Area. And an EBA is an extremely blighted area. I'm going to start with the map here. This is a map of all of Omaha. The kind of lavender area is existing community redevelopment areas. By state law, we're allowed to designate up to 35% of the city as a CRA. We have roughly about 20% of the city presently designated as a CRA. I'm going to talk about CRAs and EBAs separately, beginning by focusing on CRAs. Zoom in just a little bit. I'll give you a map of the area we're looking at in the current study and the current recommendation for CRA designation. But in the context of the rest of the city, it basically sits in this little gap right here. And here's a more specific map of the area. Everything within the red boundary is what is being recommended for designation as a CRA and designation as an EBA. It is comprised of two block groups 1 and 2 of Census Tract 33. That's the red line that divides two census tracts. And it also includes block groups 1 and 2 of Census Tract 20. And just for orientation, this is I-480, I-80 along the south. That's Pacific Street along most of the north boundary there. Okay, we launched our study of this area in response to two different development projects that were brought to our attention. Developers who felt that they would likely need tax increment financing to support their projects. And that's primarily the reason that we do a CRA, Community Redevelopment Area designation. It opens up the availability for TIF, tax increment financing. And these are primarily the older areas in town. They are areas that we want to see a greater, faster pace of economic redevelopment activity on existing parcels. And anyway, there were two projects that led us to look at these. We don't go out as a department and launch these studies on our own and say, oh, I think we should look and see whether we should blight this area. We do it in response to requests. Now, while there's two projects out there that are still in their very early stages, they have not submitted any applications to the city at this point, nothing formal. They are still in the preliminary stages of their development. While they are what caused us to launch the study, they are a separate item, a separate issue. Again, they have not applied for any permits at this point. Any permissions, they will come through eventually, if and when they come through, for TIF, replatting, rezoning. There will be multiple public hearings on those projects themselves. Today's designation is basically a separate question, and I urge you to kind of keep the review of the projects kind of in the back of your mind. We're focusing on the criteria for CRA designation, EBA designation. Anyway, under state law, they use the terms blighted and substandard. It's terms we're not particularly fond of in city planning. We prefer to look at areas that need additional economic redevelopment incentives. But blighted and substandard are both defined in state law. You have a study in front of you. It's also available to the public online that includes the full definitions. But if you step back and just kind of take a big picture on what a CRA is essentially an area where the population is economically disadvantaged compared to the rest of the city, and an area where the built environment, whether it be the buildings or the infrastructure, is maybe a little worn, older, obsolete, substandard, maybe showing signs of deterioration. Okay, so in this area, I'll begin with the blighted definition. Blighted comes in a Part A and a Part B. You have quantitative measurements for Part B. In other words, measurements you can count or measure. They're primarily census data. And that includes population change, per capita income, unemployment, average age of structures, and whether or not you have subdivided platted lands that have sat undeveloped for a long time, decades basically. You only need to meet one of these 5 criteria under state law to be eligible for designation, to be considered as meeting the Part B definition. In this case, the per capita income in the city of $33,000, the four census block groups average about half of that. So the per capita income is very low. Unemployment, the average for all four of the block groups is about 8.3% unemployment. The threshold is 120% of the state rate. 120% of the current state rate is 4%. So the 8.3% exceeds the threshold. Average age of structures, they should average 40 years old or older. We're well over 81 years of age or older. Again, you only need to meet one. This area meets 3 of those criteria. Now for the criteria on Part B of blighted and the definition of substandard, there's a lot of overlap. Both of them look at the condition of buildings and infrastructure in the area. We have 2 tools that we use primarily to evaluate the physical condition of the buildings and infrastructure. One of those is a windshield survey. We get out and look at everything. We drive the area very extensively. Another is that we use the Douglas County Assessor's Office data. You may be aware that they, in particular from your earlier meeting today, that they have condition ratings on the buildings. And it's kind of on a continuum. Very good, good, average, fair, poor, and worn out. In this area, roughly 30%, more than a third of the buildings fall below average in terms of their condition rating. And the windshield survey pretty well helped bear that out. It was supported at the visual of what we saw were along the same line. So in our opinion, is that this meets the definition of blighted and substandard, and that you should designate this area as a community redevelopment area. And that's our recommendation from staff. Now, in terms of the extremely blighted area, it's a little bit different criteria. There are 2 measurements, and those are both census data measurements. One is the unemployment rate of the people in the area. The other is the poverty rate for the people living in the area. These thresholds for extremely blighted are a little bit higher than they are for the community redevelopment area. You need to have 200% unemployment rate. Take the Nebraska state unemployment rate. If you exceed 200% of the statewide rate, then you're deemed eligible. The threshold, the 200% of the statewide rate, is 6.68% unemployment. We average 8.3%, so we exceed that threshold for unemployment. The criteria for the poverty rate, that's a 20% poverty rate or higher. In other words, if an area has a resident population that exceeds 20%, more than 20% of the population is considered to be in poverty, then you're eligible. In this area, we did our analysis and we reached a percentage of 21.8% as an average for the 4 block groups. I would also note that, if you go back to our first map, we're certainly not hopscotching around or going parcel by parcel. These are area designations. And also when you look at an individual building and say, well, I don't think that's blighted, that's not the point. It's an area we are trying to redevelop, and it's an area of blight that we are designating. With that, I would ask you to consider designating this area as both a CRA and an EBA.
Thank you. Other proponents today on number 15?
Well, I wrote my remarks, so now I gotta find them on my phone. Use technology. Okay, so buenas tardes. I'm Itzel Lopez. I'm the president of the Latino Economic Development Council, a 501c3 that empowers, and it's an empowerment network that focuses on creating outreach, development, and funding opportunities for South Omaha, as well as a small business owner, a resident of the Deer Park Boulevard neighborhood near on 24th and Vinton. I stand here today to support, this community redevelopment project called the Intersections as well, that aims to bring a state-of-the-art community facility to South Omaha. As we know, South Omaha is a vibrant and diverse community. Specifically, the Latino community in South Omaha is the largest ethnic minority in Omaha, Nebraska, and in Douglas County, Latinos represent 13.4% of the total population. As someone who was once undocumented, I know what it's like to live in poverty. I grew up in South Omaha, I went to South High, and as I mentioned, I still live in South Omaha. I love my South Omaha community. And I wanted to see it prosper for businesses and organizations, obviously families as well. But as a child of immigrants, I noticed that access to facilities and community projects like this can have an effect on someone's life. I have devoted my personal career to helping children and teens become the first members of their families to attend college. And I have a lot of passion for volunteer work, and community projects like this, again, provides this opportunity to members of this vulnerable community to have access to state-of-the-art programming. Besides all of that, every involvement of community service that I have done has played a huge role in my life, my personal development. And this is where my daughter was born, and I want to create a better place for her. So regardless of how this is perceived for people outside of the South Omaha community, projects like this can help address some of the structural barriers and oppression that currently exist in South Omaha. And I think it is time to invest in our BIPOC community who live in East Omaha, who have not historically received access to state-of-the-art community centers like this. So not only will South Omaha be better with it, but will also provide access to amazing programming and spaces for future generations in Omaha and in the great state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents?
Hello. 617 South 31st Street, 68105. My name's Jenny Sinowicki. I've been updating all of you since this broke in November. I've been sending you some information. I sent you some emails earlier today that supports what I'm about to say. So I care deeply about this community. I was born and raised in South Omaha. My family lives here, the impacted area, and I still live by them. 68105 is our hearth. I don't want to see them displaced, and that's the core of the issue with this. I have two issues with the blight designation. First, as I stated in the city planning board meeting, I think this boundary needs to be drawn to its original request. It was news to me that city planning got up here and essentially said they drew the boundary based on two developments. Because for months, I was told by city planning they did not know about this other development when they drew this boundary. And I sent you that email. People are lying. And so with that, I don't think it should be drawn the way that it's drawn. On the north side of Martha Street, there is a housing development that has rental units. I support that, affordable rental units. However, it does not make sense, I believe it is not applicable to a separate development that is demolishing homes on the south side of Martha Street. This could be upward of 52 homes that South Omaha loses to a development that has over 20 acres of vacant space to develop. 20 acres. South High, Collin Field, that's like 8 acres. The Kroc Center, that's around 15 acres. That's a lot of space. And yet they're going into this residential area trying to buy up homes one by one. One by one. That's the only kind of meetings that they've been having, one-on-one. So no one knows what's being said. There's no accountability to what's going on. When inquiring with city planning about the blight letter that went out in November, I was told this boundary was drawn based on a housing development, meaning this boundary was development-led. I was told the January 19th blight information meeting was developer-led. So imagine my surprise when I'm at the city planning board meeting and this same presentation is given and it's all city-led. That's confusing. That doesn't make any sense. If city is claiming it is city-led, all someone needs to say is, well, this blight designation is separate from the development. The vote is on the blight designation, which is what happened at the board meeting, which is what is being said now. They're not interconnected, although it was development-led that this boundary is coming forth. There's just no transparency in that. What concerns me about what I just described is not merely the confusion it causes, but the agency it takes away from actual people in this process. It is my understanding that when a developer requests a blight study, the city conducts the study according to the developer's request. An informational meeting is then held, and the meeting must be advertised through the neighborhood associations. I want to point out that right there allows at least some agency of people in this process before there's any tax increment financing brought forth or put in front of city planning. It skips a step. So if you essentially draw a boundary not based on the developer's request, include this surrounding area, a development can essentially go under the radar and no one knows about it until they apply for tax increment financing. It skips a step of people's agency of knowing what's happening in their own communities. And that's another one of my issues with this. I think the other development by community health development partners should request their own study and provide their own boundaries so as to be held accountable to a meeting that is advertised and one in which they actually present. Because at the January 19th meeting, they did not present anything to the community. The agency of people, transparency is also my concern with the intersections development by community health development partners. To this day, they have not held a community meeting by their own doing. All this talk about bringing the community together, they literally have not held a community meeting. The meeting on December 13th was requested by county commissioner, the county commissioner, per my request. People were concerned by the lack of communication. They said they would have more community meetings. This was a lie. Next to take place was the January 19th Blight meeting. This meeting was well attended because I passed out flyers. Well attended. There were people learning about them for the very first time that live in the neighborhood in which they're trying to decimate. This company did not present anything, and it was well attended. They claimed in this meeting they would hold a community meeting soon. This was a lie. When I reached out the following week to see if they scheduled a community meeting, they said they could meet with me one-on-one. One-on-one meetings are not community engagement. I asked when their next community meeting is. That is not a strategy to bring people together. That is a strategy to keep people separate, which allows for no accountability to what is being said, and that is on purpose. People are being approached one by one without having any information about what's going on, asked to sell their property, their homes. Last week, I attended the Deer Park Neighborhood Association meeting, where CHDP was invited to present. This was almost 3 months after the January 19th meeting, a week before this blight hearing. To me, that's a check off the list for them. And I also want to point out, it was not well attended. And I don't mean to speak ill will of Deer Park. It's my understanding they haven't been meeting because of COVID. I totally understand that. This was their first meeting in 2 years. First meeting in 2 years. It wasn't well attended. So as far as community engagement goes, I didn't even see that necessarily at this meeting. There's over 20 acres of vacant space Attempting to demolish over 50 homes is not needed. This is their choice. This is their choice not to preserve South Omaha homes while Omaha is in a housing crisis. There was no community engagement surrounding this decision to just go into the residential area. No community meetings. They have already demolished one home. I'm sure more are coming, and this isn't even approved yet. The development's not even approved yet. What happens if they're not approved and an entire neighborhood's decimated? The fact that an out-of-state company, out of state, can come here, not collaborate or be transparent with communities, one by one try to pick off property, tell people we will build around you if you don't sell, show them maps and pictures where their homes aren't even on it when they approach them, demolish homes when we are in a housing crisis should worry anyone in East Omaha. And it seems to be a pattern in this city that big companies like this, big developments like this, work with the mayor's office before anyone knows about it. Per my public records request, and I sent you that email, this company worked with Kevin Anderson in the mayor's office before being introduced to city planning in September of 2021. They worked with the city in their plan to decimate an entire neighborhood that's already been targeted by this city in the past. It is not the first in this city, and it won't be the last, but something needs to change in this process. There really is no transparency. People need to be engaged when the city's engaged. Now is too late. This is a formality. And Vinnie Palermo, I've been trying to get your help in informing this community about what's going on. And you have the audacity to send me an email that you don't know the concerns I'm speaking of when we've sat in the same meetings where there's been multiple concerns. And I did not see you stay after those meetings to speak with those individuals. But I see you shake hands with this company and this development. It's a little telling, and I think South Omaha deserves better. Unless anyone has any questions for me, thank you for your time and me being able to speak.
Thank you. Any other opponents today to number 15?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. Can you feel the scorn? Can you feel the angst? Can you feel the lack of transparency? Now, I haven't driven that area for a while, but as I remember, there's a lot of wide open spaces down there, and it probably does need some community development. But once again, does it have to be an out-of-state, an out-of-city developer? And once again, you know, we get a real short crack at this if we're not paying attention to what's going on every day down here and going onto your website every day and reading all the attachments. We're not going to be aware that, oh, today is the first hearing or the first reading, but you don't read it to us. You read it to yourselves, I guess. But when I get down here and I look, it says it's already been approved, but we're going to have one hearing and a vote. The next item on may be similar, but it doesn't say a hearing. But then that's the only crack we get at it, because you come in next week with an amendment. Lack of transparency. And it looks like the system is corrupt. That's on you, not me, and not her. But the taxpayers are getting fed up with it. We want open meetings where we can talk back and forth with you so it doesn't look like it's all under the table. Now, if the mayor in Omaha is a strong mayor, then she can veto some of this stuff. The legislature doesn't have two houses, so they're not a Republican form of government. It looks like Omaha has two houses. The junior chamber is right here today, right now. The upper chamber, which is there in Republican forms to quell the passions of the lower chamber, because they're older, wiser, and make better judgments. But they don't get a crack at it, do they? This is all on you guys. Time to rethink it, rephrase it, re-explain it, whatever.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 15? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think I'll start with this. There have been a couple groups that did approach the city to make the request for the study, which is not uncommon. I mean, there are, but that doesn't mean that those developments or those activities are necessarily going to take place. So I want to make sure that we keep focused on what we're considering here today, and we're not considering the merits of any specific project. We're doing this solely judged on the merits of the designation of the CRA and EBA if it meets the criteria and designation. And just making the request doesn't necessarily mean it's rubber stamped and approved. I can think of just very quickly a request that was not too long ago, a request for a CRA study around 108th and Pacific Street, and that designation was not approved. So to assume that just by making the request by any party that it's going to be approved is not true. I think Mr. Seaton did a masterful job of explaining the process and how what the criteria was or is, and what benchmarks were met. And actually, I was thinking to myself that maybe Mr. Seaton and Ms. Hadley should go on a little road show where Don shows how the CRAs and EBAs are put together and what the criteria is, and then Bridget can explain the TIP process for that. But I want to ask Mr. Fanslow a couple questions. I think there was some question. First of all, I want confirmation that that when requests are made, those are studies that are done, with no end goal in sight. You take an honest look at the information to make the determination over whether it qualifies as a CRA or EBA. Is that correct?
Dave Fanslow, City Planning. Excuse me. Yes, that is correct. We follow a process. We receive requests. And to tell you the truth, you mentioned the 108th and Pacific project. There are plenty of areas that we have had requests for in the past for studies, and either just didn't. We knew that the data wasn't going to prove out for anything to become a CRA, or once we did that study, much like we did on 108th and Pacific, it didn't pencil out for it to be designated as a CRA.
Yeah, I can think of a couple others offhand. That was just one example of a project that I know. Much to like, we see TIF redevelopment plans and agreements come to our agenda, but what we don't see are the many TIF applications that never even make it to planning board and or city council. Could you talk about what I mentioned, that there were a couple projects or a couple groups that had some interest in this area with these designations, but that doesn't ensure that those are ever going to come to pass, correct?
That is correct. Like most projects, and as Don said, we're reactive to these types of requests. So somebody will come to us with, again, a concept plan to take those first steps to see if their financial stack, their plan might work, and what the city might be able to do to help. So exploring a CRA is sometimes that first step, but it surely doesn't assure that any of the project that we might have been that might have been given to us or shown to us will be approved or even entitled. So we go through the CRA study, and we do our work just like Don explained. And if the area is justified to be a CRA or an EBA, we present that information in planning boards and city councils. You know, and I'll add that once an area, again, because we don't do site-specific sites, once an area is, if it is designated as a CRA and EBA, it does open up opportunities for other projects to happen in those areas.
And thank you for saying that. That was going to be my next question, as to what are the benefits of, again, because we're not spot TIFing or spot CRAing or spot EBA designations, we're doing it for an area. It opens up the opportunity not only for maybe those that requested the study, but for many other projects that might benefit from those designations in that area to revitalize an area that's in need of attention.
That is correct. The benefit for Don Seaton, City Planning Department, the benefit for designating a CRA to both the city and the development, well, for the city, is that we can encourage development where the pace of development has been too slow. The advantage of the CRA designation to the developer is that the area is now eligible for them to apply for consideration of getting TIF. So that's the benefit of the CRA. Now, at the extremely blighted area, it must already be a CRA, or in this case, we're doing them together simultaneously. There's basically 3 advantages to the EBA. One is related to the TIF. Instead of a 15-year TIF term, you can have a 20-year TIF term. That's one of the 3 advantages of an EBA. Another is that there is a state income tax credit that is available to people who purchase a home for their primary residence. So they get an income tax break on their state taxes. And the third advantage is that if you are developing an affordable housing development and you're seeking like LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit approval, you get added consideration for your project. It's a competitive process. That, and I think there's some other grants maybe for affordable housing. But if you're in an EBA, it gives the developer of the affordable housing project a little bit of extra consideration for his project. So those are the 3 benefits for an EBA. I would like to clarify for the record on this specific project or designation today. Neeraj Agarwal submitted a formal letter to Dave Fanslaw for designation, have us look at it last June. We drew the boundaries. I had the study about 2/3, 3/4 completed, and in November heard about the other project. So we did not change the boundaries for hearing about the other project, and I was quite grateful and thankful that I had drawn the boundaries with the help of our long-range planners and Bridget, that I had drawn them as they were, so I didn't have to embark on a second study. And that's one of the objectives we look at, what makes sense.
So, and I was going to get to timing. You kind of beat me to the punch a little bit, because I was going to ask, how long from a request to study to conclusion of a study would a typical study take?
When a request comes in, within about 2 to 3 weeks, I can have the census data and give them a quick thumbs up or thumbs down. That's a quick and dirty. But to do the entire study, get it written up, take it to a neighborhood meeting, which is kind of our standard practice. It's a meeting that's not required by state law. So there's community engagement that's not required, that's happening early on in the process. The whole thing's about 6 months, 6 or 7 months for a CRA designation. Part of that is we want to send notices to the neighborhood associations, and they only meet once a month. And we want them to get those notices and have an opportunity to meet before they read about the CRA going to the city planning board in the public notices. So that pushes the dates back quite a bit as well. It's a long process. You're talking 6 to 7 months for the CRA, and then they have to come back in and apply for TIF, and that's another very long process.
Yeah, so my point to that was going to be that First of all, we all know time is money. And if you have this designation already in place for whatever opportunity may present itself for that area, you've now shortened the time process for that by 6 to 8 months conceivably. And as you pointed out, then you start the TIF process, and then you start going through all the other processes and jumping off points along the way, which include planning board, city council for plan stage. Then you go back through the whole process again for developments or the agreement stage. So by having this designation in place, I think is a true benefit for those that want to invest in the community, and be it Agrawal's proposed or what might be his project, or with the community health partners. So answered or addressed the issue of, and I think you did in part there, but answered the issue of the process. Everything that was required through this process was adhered to, correct?
Absolutely, yes, yes. And I haven't documented them or written them down, but I've been told about public meetings that the developers have been holding, meeting with neighborhood associations, any meetings they are having at all of any kind at this point are above and beyond any legal requirement. We have not received any applications from anybody. We have a letter asking us to look at a CRA designation from Newerage from last June, but there's been no rezoning requests submitted. There's been no replatting, conditional use permits, no TIF applications submitted for any projects in this area. So any outreach, any at all, is above and beyond what's required by law.
Okay, thanks, Don. And then I'll just close with this. As I said at the outset, we're not considering the merits of any specific project. What we're doing is considering the merits of the CRA and the EBA designations alone.
That is correct. Does this area meet the criteria of state law? And, do you feel that development has been lagging in this area? We certainly do in the planning department, but that is correct. We are not looking at any other projects. Those are separate. They need to be reviewed on their own merits in a separate process later down the road.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The federal government spends millions and millions of dollars to help poverty-stricken areas. That's why we have these things such as what we're proposing here, community redevelopment area, extremely blighted area. These are things, these are tools that we put in society to help reduce crime, provide opportunities for people to lift themselves up. So while we are just talking about an area, the conditions and the characteristics of what that area needs to look like based upon federal standards is a question. And I too am concerned about how we are delivering that message into the community in which we are placing a boundary around. If that community is considered blighted, extremely blighted, and the people that reside there are not aware that we're doing things to uplift that community, then are we really helping that community? So we had a lady come up and she stated that she had some concerns about public meetings. She stated that they didn't happen. And when my colleague asked the question, when did these meetings occur? You don't seem to have that information. I'd like to know that information in order for me to consider a vote today.
Don Seaton, City Planning. We did have the public meeting, neighborhood meeting on the CRA designation. And again, the outreach or meetings, if any, and I know there have been some, but like I said, I haven't tracked them, that the private developers are having, those really aren't relevant to the designation we're making now. They're relevant to the development of their project, and that will be looked at when they come in and apply for a permit. It's not really a factor in the designation of the CRA.
Then help me understand the boundary piece. There was boundaries were they were changed, they were redetermined. So how did we come up with that narrative?
The boundaries were not changed.
Well, that was a statement that was stated earlier.
And that
no
was
one
not,
has
that
addressed
was an incorrect statement, because that it did not happen.
Okay.
I worked on this directly. This is me.
Okay.
And when somebody says liar, that's me they're talking about.
Okay, so
those
can
boundaries
you please
did
address
not
that?
change. When Neeraj came in, Agrawal, with his development located right here, where are we going to draw the line? This is Census Tract 33. That project and this other project, which is down here, Neeraj is north of Martha, the other project's down here, they're all in the same census block group. No other boundary makes sense. And we expanded across the rail line over here just to clean up the map and to prevent needing to go through this process again.
So could we have cleared that up by having public engagement to talk about why the boundaries were redefined so that people can understand, so that we at least appear to be transparent, there wouldn't be these kinds of questions?
That's why we had the meeting on January 19.
So January 19, we had one meeting, January 19.
Correct.
Okay, so
Not
we did
required
not.
by law. That's, and during that meeting, the developer presented during that meeting. I had a stack of business cards. Did anybody have any questions? Please take one of my business cards.
So there was another question that was asked about neighborhood engagement. What neighborhood associations were notified?
Oh, goodness. We send a mailed notice to every neighborhood association within 1 mile of the CRA. And I've got a spreadsheet upstairs that is the spreadsheet I use for the mailing on this. It's provided by our GIS technicians because they do the measurements of the mile and pull those in. Must have been 13 or 14 neighborhood associations.
So 13 neighborhood associations?
Roughly. It was many, let's put it that way.
And did you get any responses
Oh, yes.
from those neighborhood? Were they in favor or?
Most of them wanted more information. Much of the questions were, are you going to hold the meeting given this, that derecho or whatever that wind was that came in? We had to postpone the meeting to the 19th. We had requests and suggestions for translations, Spanish language, which is a good thought, and I should have done that to begin with, and we did that and followed through. So we had feedback, yes, and we responded.
Is there a place where you put that feedback, public place for people to have access to where that feedback was given?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You said you had feedback.
Yes.
So is that feedback kept somewhere in a closet? I mean, we're talking about transparency.
Well, if somebody calls me and asks me a question, I respond with the answer. I don't necessarily post it online that I got the question.
So the perception that we're not being transparent could possibly be there. Is that correct?
I think that's a stretch. I don't buy it.
So how would I know if I lived in that neighborhood and I wanted to know if some of my neighbors had some concerns about this development plan? How would I know, living there, how would I know what those concerns are? I would have to call into city planning to find that out? Or is there some placeholder where I could get that information since this development plan is in my neighborhood? I'm just asking for point of information, asking for the audience, I'm asking for the city as a whole, just wanting to understand the process.
Yeah. We have a neighborhood planning section with 3 planners, and we are very much committed to our neighborhood associations. And that's really the best way to be plugged into the system is to be in connection with your neighborhood association. And any questions they're asking the city, they should be sharing with their membership. I would note that the planning board meetings are available to watch online. They are archived on YouTube. You can go back and watch the old planning board meetings. So here you're having a public meeting before it gets to the council. And then, of course, the council is a public meeting, and all our documents, the documents that you get in your packets, those are all posted online. All that information is available to everybody.
So when a neighborhood president gives you a notification that she has some concerns, and she gives you that feedback, you are expecting her, and let's say you respond, you're expecting her to go back to that neighborhood and provide that information? Is that what you're saying?
The neighborhood president of the association is the conduit between our office and the members of the neighborhood. Yes, definitely.
So in this instance, you mentioned that there were some concerns, correct?
No.
There were
I said
not?
there was some communication.
Okay.
I never did really get any concerns. I got some concerns about, well, gee, will it be available to video conference in because COVID's still going on? Or are you rescheduling the meeting because of the winds? I got would you be willing to send out a Spanish language? You know, I got those kinds of things, but I didn't get any concerns.
Okay.
People were still gathering information at that point. I did get people who would ask me, well, what is a CRA and what's that all about? And then I'd give them the same information I just shared with you today.
Okay.
And again, we did have, for this designation, we had a public meeting. We notified all the neighborhood associations within a mile of this place. And for those who took the time to come, I told them, you know, if you have more questions, my business card's over there. I'm not leaving until the last person leaves. But if you're in a hurry, take the business card and give me a call.
So that public meeting that you had on January 19th, was that a Zoom call or was it videoed?
It was not recorded, no. And Neeraj held it at his facility, and I'd asked him to set up a video conferencing capability. He let me down on that one. We did not have the video conferencing capability, unfortunately.
So if I worked odd hours, didn't have the opportunity to attend the meeting, how would I get that information about the meeting?
Call your neighbor, call your neighborhood association president.
So you wouldn't take minutes to record minutes or anything like that and publish
It's an
that?
informal meeting. We did not take minutes at this meeting.
So if I'm a resident in an area where a proposed redevelopment plan is coming and I can't, for whatever reason, attend one meeting, then I'm just, for lack of a better word, just SOL.
Well, after we had the informal meeting on this particular designation and any of our designations, it does go to the planning board and then to the city council. So there's multiple opportunities to have your voice heard.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palermo. You're recognized. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to say today in pre-council, I asked, like I've continued to ask, and I might have a question for you, Don, if we receive plans on this area. And the reason is because I know this is at least the third time that it's tried to be developed. Are you aware in your time here that this proposed area has tried to be developed before?
I'm not aware of any previous development efforts, no.
Okay. My predecessor, Mr. Gernant, said that he's been through it at least twice. So that's why I keep asking for the plans. Now, we're here today for the CRA. I've personally been to 3 community meetings. One was the CRA, and a couple other ones that were held. I've had 3 people opposed to this project. One of them we heard from today that has my cell phone number that I spent time on Thanksgiving weekend on the phone explaining that I did not see the projects, and therefore, just from reading in the paper, I couldn't make a decision. The other person, I believe to be her mom, and I'm just going to say this out here because I got called out in public, so we're going to tell people how this really works. that on January 23rd, I responded in an email. It did take me some time to respond, I'll admit that. But also left my cell phone and I haven't heard back. And then I got another email as well. Now, I've heard from a lot of people in the community that are in favor of this project. It's a big development. And I know I'm getting out of this CRA point, but that's where we found ourselves here today. But it doesn't mean that I'm okay with property that is being bought and houses that are, I haven't seen, but houses that are being demolished. And the reason being is because this isn't the first time that somebody's tried to acquire this land. So I would say to the developer, although we know sitting here on the council, we can't tell private owners what to do. But if I had to make a recommendation to you, if you're going to continue to possibly acquire property, that you not tear that down until you get through the further steps that will take place here at the council, which would be TIF, which would be planning board, which would be back to us, which would be probably back to us 2 or 3 more times for public hearing. And I ask you to do that out of respect for the neighborhood, because what those people don't know that think I don't care is my grandparents grew up in this neighborhood as well. I spent my whole entire childhood in this neighborhood. So we can't tell you what to do because it's private property, but what I would ask is that you wait on demolishing any homes that you wouldn't have to tear down until we possibly move forward. So to clear the air, I've had conversations on the phone. I've been to the public meetings. As a matter of fact, I believe this development group will present at SONA this Thursday, which I'm going to try to attend. But I've also reached out to them and said you need to reach out more. I personally asked you and told you I will not support a project that I do not have a community meeting that at least one, hopefully 2, that you assume and move forward with on your own. Housing is a real issue. So is our kids in this community. And I know this development will bring opportunities to kids that we just haven't seen. But there's a fine line of trying to figure out how to do it and still preserve the neighborhood. There's some roots in that neighborhood. That's a proud neighborhood, and it's a historic neighborhood. So I would ask you, moving forward, if you're going to purchase properties, go ahead. I can't tell you. But don't tear them down until we get through the process. If there's no more lights, I'll make a motion to approve the CRA.
There's a motion and a second. You may speak if a council member calls you down. Right now, the floor is Ms. Melton's.
I'm good. There's a motion and a second. We can go ahead and vote.
Okay, no further lights. There's a motion and a second on the CRA. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 15 is approved, 7-0. Item 16, to consider a Class IKE liquor license for Backstretch Bar located at 1911 South 67th Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 16 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Vanessa Silk with Baird Holm, 1700 Farnham Street, Suite 1500. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Land Yachts Hospitality LLC. They're doing business as the Backstretch Bar at the Inner Rail in Exarban, and they've applied to take over the liquor license. You have that full package in your attachments here, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I also have Mr. Mark Ringsdorf here, who is the manager for this liquor license. We welcome any questions that you might have for this.
Thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Motion approved.
Roll call.
Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 16 is approved, 7-0. Item 17, to consider a Class I liquor license for iSpa Lash Nail Lounge located at 14158 West Center Road.
Public hearing on vote on number 17 is today. We have the applicant by Zoom, Mary Wynn. We'll get to here in a second. Okay, we think we have you off mute now if you want to try it.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi. My name is Mary Nguyen. My address is 14158 West Center Road.
Thank you, and just here to answer questions, right?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you well.
I said, thank you. You're just here to answer questions, right?
Yes, I just have the public hearing today, and I don't know what I have to be here for. I just waiting for you.
Thank you. You're doing fine. Okay, any other proponents that want to speak to number 17? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mary, I don't have a question for you yet, but I want to ask the Finance Department if you can confirm there was an issue maybe of some back taxes, some delinquent taxes as it relates to probably restaurant tax on this?
Yes, I bought this salon and Olina Nail Salon and owned it before when I came over. So I changed it from Olina, no longer here. Then so I changed it to I Spa Nail Lounge. And I just recently received an email from it. And I sure will forward to Olina, the owner, the previous owner than me. This nail salon used to be
Okay, hold on, Mary, just a minute, please. I'm going to ask the law department to weigh in on that then.
I inquired of this, as I do at all pre-council meetings, from our city treasurer if they were up to date or if any of the applicants were delinquent in their restaurant taxes, and Ms. Waller informs me that this applicant is fine.
All right, thank you. All right, Mary, no more questions, so I'll move for approval.
Second.
Motion a second. Well, no, we did get a late email right before the meeting that suggested exactly what Matt said, which is any of the questions we received previously on these applicants have now been resolved.
All right, thank you. I did not see that.
Yeah, came a little late.
All right.
Okay, motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 17 is approved 7-0. Item 18, to consider a liquor license addition application for Grown Folks located at 3713 North 24th Street to add an outdoor area.
Public hearing and vote on number 18 is today. Proponents, please. Just your name and address.
George Robinson, 5416, Omaha 68152, owner of the Grown Folks. Here for any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
George, if you don't mind coming back to the mic. How are you today?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Good. So I just wanted to bring you back up to echo on the fact that you have been on 24th Street and your business has been there how many years?
3 now.
3?
Coming up on 3.
And since you've been there, have you, tell us a little bit about your presence in the area and the contributions that you do in terms of making that area more prosperous.
Well, I've, between the areas of Pratt and Madison, I've worked with the 3 neighbors to the south. First one being a residency where I convinced them to upgrade their facilities. Also the barbershop, I convinced them pretty much to change their landscaping. Also worked with the Evans Tower to be more, to secure the property more, and they have done that since then. I've worked with Salvation Army to keep their properties clean. I've also worked with my neighbor to the right where she didn't have the funds for maintaining her property, so I cut down trees for her. I've also worked with the far lot close to Manderson, and I maintain their lot, and I don't charge them, so that's part of the improvement process on that block. I also worked with the all the neighbors to the east of me to clean up the alley, which I clean up for them, so.
And so would you say that you provide a safe environment and safe area for the neighborhood?
Very safe, very safe.
You haven't had any issues with the police, traffic, and all of that?
Not one.
Okay. All right. So this liquor license, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second. No further lights. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yes.
Bagley. Harding. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 18 is approved, 7-0. Item 19, to consider a special designated liquor license application for the Shakedown Street Tavern located at 2735 North 62nd Street for an outdoor music concert on July 1st and 2nd from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. with music until midnight each night, alternate date of July 3rd.
Public hearing and vote on number 19 is today. Proponents, please.
Yeah, Ross Coley, 8805 Maple Street, along with co-owner Stephen Curry, 3810 Davenport, and Council Dennis Coley, 28001 Heron Circle, Valley, Nebraska.
Great. Here to answer questions.
Yes, we are here to answer questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. I'll just give you a pitch that I know you've been in before and have had some special SDL events there in Benson at your facility, and I think they've all gone great. I haven't had a single complaint, so I'm convinced you guys are doing a good job and know what you're doing. And I see you have music both on this event and also the event you're seeking next in May that'll end at midnight, right?
Yeah, so I know that those times are 6 a.m. to 2. That's just to cover the alcohol as far as setup, tear down. As far as when will the actual sales of that will be like anywhere from 2 p.m. We'll be ending at midnight outside. Both locations on 19 and 20, there will be a band that comes on at midnight indoor in the inside of the facilities in both of these respective ones. So we will try our best to shut down those events at 12, but we just want to be covered until 2 for obvious reasons. So
Sounds good. I would support that. Mr. Bagley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I would request you guys ask the council president that if he bangs on the drums at that event.
that's actually one of the.
Then I'm coming. I want to put the heat on him.
Our constituents in our area have been pounding the rock on. They want a reunion show from Mr. Festersen's band. So
I'm coming if he's there.
This is my formal request for a
too.
reunion show.
Thank
so,
you,
yeah,
Mr. President.
Yeah, so.
All right, you're on. I was going to say you have your best Dave Grohl look today, too.
Thank you. That was his. Celebrity in the midst.
Oh, really?
I was just gonna, I know you've been here before, but I just said to Amy, I'm like, doesn't he kind of look like Dave Grohl?
And of course, I was like, who's that?
Not the first time I've heard of that, actually. I actually had to take photos in the
thunder,
San Francisco airport, signed autographs, so.
And because we're having this moment of levity, and we mentioned Dave Grohl, I got to mention Taylor Hawkins, too, as a
Yeah.
drummer, and how tragic that was and how much we'll miss it.
It's terrible. Yeah, I'm glad that you acknowledge that, too, because I was thinking about that myself. So it's a terrible loss for all music fans worldwide, so.
Yeah. That's the Foo Fighter of the drums, Miss Melton.
Yeah, he's the drummer.
The drummer of the Foo Fighters, yeah. Okay. Any other questions for these guys? Motion and a second, roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 19 is approved, 7-0. Item 20, to consider a special designated liquor license application for the Broke Down Palace located at 8805 Maple Street for an outdoor music concert on May 5th through 7th from 6 a.m. to midnight with music until midnight each night, alternate date of May 8th.
Public hearing and vote on number 20 is today. Proponents, please.
Ross Coley, 8805 Maple Street.
Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 20 is approved, 7-0.
Thank you. Let us know what time slot you want.
Thanks, guys. I'll check those dates.
Council persons and staff, thank you for your devotion to duty. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Item 21, to consider a special designated liquor license application for Maha Festival for an outdoor music festival at Stinson Park on July 29th and 30th from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. with music until midnight each night.
Public hearing and vote on number 21 is today. Proponents, please. We have Emily Cox by Zoom representing Maha.
Hi, can you hear me?
It's a little bit quiet. Can you maybe turn it up or get a little closer to your microphone?
Is that better?
Yep, very good.
Okay. Hi, Emily Cox, 5307 Newport Ave, Omaha, 68152. Here on behalf of Maha Festival to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents today?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue, and I want to show my support for this event today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Begley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I'll make a motion to support this, and it's great that events are taking place again in our communities and especially at Stinson Park. Great venue for concerts. I've been there many times, and for Maha Festival, there's nowhere better. Well, I shouldn't cheat on the other place in my district, but that really is a tremendous location and venue for this. So I'll be glad to support this and look forward to going on July 29th and 30th. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you. Second. There's a motion and a second. Emily, I think you're the new director, right, of Maha?
Yes, one of two. We're co-executive directors now.
Great. It looks like you're anticipating pretty much the same format and same time for music to be shut off. Do you want to talk about your lineup a little bit? I know you just announced it last week.
Yeah, we did. Our lineup is, we call it super buzzy. All the cool college kids know who's playing. I didn't know half the lineup when we booked it, but I'm not the target market. We've got Beach House, we've got Princess Nokia. I mean, it's a variety of genres and demographic and diversity. Lots of females being represented. We're very proud of our lineup.
Excellent. We look forward to it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Item 21 is approved, 7-0. Consent agenda. Any member of the City Council may cause any item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the City Council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed, unless otherwise provided by the City Council Rules of Order.
The public hearing on agenda items number 23 through 24 were held on March 29th. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed, 7-0.
The public hearings on agenda items number 25 through 52 are today. If you wish to address the City Council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself by name, address, who you represent, and if you are a proponent or an opponent. And just so council members know, we do have the applicant for number 25 by Zoom, Alyssa Roach. Any proponents or opponents on these items? See none. Public hearing is closed. Mr. Begley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I just want to recognize number 52 on there. It is the City of Omaha, the Finance Director and the Mayor, donation of 300 expired armor vests, 11 expired miscellaneous brand vests, and 7 expired exterior tactical type vests, 90 trauma plates from old vests unusable for city purposes. That's being donated to the Ukraine Federal Police. I think in times of terrible suffering in the world, Omaha is trying to do our part with these donations to help people in Ukraine, and we always are praying for them. So I think this is important to bring light to that, number 52 on the agenda today. Thanks.
Thank you. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed, 7-0. Item 53, an ordinance to approve sanitary sewerage system revenue bonds in the amount of $24,500,000. A's amendment of the whole requested by the Finance Department.
The vote on number 53 is today. I don't see any lights. Is there a motion? There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 54, an ordinance to approve an interlocal agreement with Metro to form the Omaha Streetcar Authority. A is amendment of the whole requested by the Law Department.
The vote on number 54 is today. No further lights. Is there a motion? Motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 5-2. Item 55, an ordinance to approve the Blackstone East Mixed-Use Building Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Agreement. A is amendment of the whole requested by the Law Department.
The vote on number 55 is today. I don't see any lights. Is there a motion? Motion and a second. Roll call.
Melton. Palermo. Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 56, an ordinance to amend various sections of Chapter 12 of the Omaha Municipal Code and to add a new section 12-24.5 for the city special epidemic health director. A is amendment of the whole requested by Councilmember Palermo. B is a revised amendment of the whole requested by Councilmember Palermo. C is communications in support. D is communications in opposition. E is communication from the Law Department.
Thank you. The vote on number 56 is today. Mr. Palermo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I appreciate that. My motion will be to move 56 amendment of the whole, which is B. But before we get to that point, Dr. Hughes, do you want to come up first, or would you like me to go first? Let me go first, but come on down. I just want to say that Dr. Hughes and I met this weekend to discuss this amendment proposal. And although we didn't agree on 100% of the things, I certainly stated the fact that the day-to-day decisions within the city of Omaha, in the county for that matter, would remain with the Douglas County Health Director, as it should. Make no mistake, I have a lot of respect for you and the job you do.
Thank you.
I never doubted your education, your training, your experience. I don't quite know the process of how you were hired, but whoever did that did a very good job. But with that being said, some of those important decisions that you have to make that we certainly are not qualified to make daily come with a lot of pressure. And I know they do, because we've lived through a couple different time periods where, although we worry about if this, in the words of my colleague Brinker Harding, becomes clunky, as he used before, it's really not. It's to help the process out where you, as the expert that we trust in, that I believe in, make the decision. But again, taking the pressure off you with a quick turnaround, depending on what the situation is, to go through the mayor's office and then to the city council as well. But the thing that got lost the most during this proposal is what I will say today. We've been advised not to talk much about the lawsuit, but the bottom line is the reason for this proposal is the lawsuit, because we want our decisions to be made locally. We sit here and represent our constituents because we go to church with them, we break bread with them, we know what they want. And when you lose that help of working with the professionals, which we have as the Douglas County Health Director, you've lost everything that's important about what our main responsibility is, and that's truly to protect the health of our citizens. So when we sit here and make daily decisions, which we're not experts of, we're lucky to have experts around us. So the lawsuit is there. I truly believe that this will help dissolve the lawsuit, because if we don't get rid of the lawsuit, it really doesn't matter what your heart says and how knowledgeable you are and what you believe in. If the decisions are made and they're taken away from us locally, because I believe that's the way the lawsuit is headed, it won't matter what you decide to do for the citizens of Omaha and their best interests. It won't matter what the mayor has to say, and it certainly won't matter what the city council has to say. So the main part of my proposal is to make sure, hopefully, that this will help resolve the lawsuit, that we can continue to make decisions for the citizens of Omaha together. I want to thank you for being here last week. Extremely long meeting, and this week isn't much shorter, but I think everybody's in a better place. And with that, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I first wanted to...
Before we do, I just want to point out, there was a motion. There has not been a second yet. Okay. There's a motion and a second.
Sorry about that. Lindsay Hughes, Douglas County Health Department Director. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank the members of City Council for your openness and your willingness to talk through what really amounts to a really hard issue, balancing the needs of public health with accountability. I happen to share Mr. Palermo's desire to make sure that public health decisions can be made locally. I think that's very important because we know what's happening at the local level. We need to be able to respond quickly at the local level. My biggest concerns, which I voiced last week, are really to ensure that we still have the ability to act just in our day-to-day roles, and then to also ensure that should the time come that we need to respond quickly to a public health crisis, that we're just able to move through whatever that process is very quickly and ensure that we are not causing further harm to the residents of Omaha who need our protection. So those remain my biggest concerns, but I do very much appreciate the opportunity and the time to meet with several of you over the past week and to just really get to know how we really do align on many of these issues. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. And to continue on with the pending lawsuit that's there, if this helps resolve it, then great. We make these decisions together. I want people to hear this again so they understand what I'm saying. I believe if we don't dissolve this lawsuit now, it will move forward. And I don't believe that the county and the city will win moving forward. And that's definitely not what we want, because then we know who makes the decisions moving forward. And it's crucial for us that are involved, that are in the community, along with you, to make these decisions for our citizens of Omaha's best public health outcome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bagley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Dr. Hughes. Thanks for coming in again today. I, too, appreciated you and I had about an hour-and-a-half conversation last week, and it was really enlightening for me to get to know you more, number one, besides being characterized as an unelected bureaucrat. That I think of that term, and you think of the state health director, who also a great doctor, you're great in your profession, is an unelected bureaucrat. And you can even think of the United States Supreme Court, the 9 smartest jurists in the land. They are appointed by the president, voted on by the United States Senate. They're on there for life. They don't answer to voters. They are unelected bureaucrats. Do I think they're bad? Absolutely not. So that term that got thrown around, bureaucrat, I think it's unfair to you. So my comments today are in respect to the conversations we had, and I spoke to a lot of my colleagues on this. I spoke to constituents. I spent a lot of time getting people's input on this. And I share Councilman Palermo's concern if this litigation goes forward, the last thing I want to do is strip you of making local control decisions for public health. If it got to Lincoln, that's government overreach. Maybe you want to say, that's my words, that somebody outside our local control is going to make that decision on public health. So I think the compromise that Councilman Palermo, who put a lot of work into this, and he and I have talked a lot, I'm supporting his recommendation on this because, number one, I don't want this litigation to go forward, and I don't want you to get stripped of your authority. I know this isn't perfect, but I believe, also, I will always take your advice because I know in the amendment of the whole wording, it says you're going to consult with, I better get my glasses on here, experts in the field of infectious and contagious diseases, physicians, epidemiologists, and other relevant healthcare authorities as may be necessary. I know you've done that before, have you not?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's good to know on the record, maybe it's not obvious to everybody, and it was good for me to be reassured of that. And again, in my great meeting with you, that those are the things you do. So I think it's, again, a good compromise. And I don't know how much the city has racked up in legal costs with private counsel for this lawsuit. But I think, again, as I talk to people and explain it's a longer process why I have arrived at this compromise, that again, it gives you the control. It has the mayor weigh in, and the council with 4 votes can exercise our control, if you will, or our input. And again, I'm going to go based on your recommendations because you are talking to experts. You, by the way, if I remember right, besides being a St. Louis Blues fan, you're from small town Nebraska. Yes. Your family's here. You didn't get into this job to be a battering ram for politics. You did it in the name of public health. So again, I really appreciated our conversation, and I appreciate and thank you for your service, not as an unelected bureaucrat, but as a decent human being who cares about the public health of people. Heaven forbid another pandemic happens, but I know the experts will weigh in through you, and if this passes, the mayor and this body will weigh in, and I will listen to you in that recommendation. So again, I thank you for being here today. And I know you had offered to speak to my colleagues and I one-on-one or as a couple at a time in our office like we always do. I would encourage my colleagues to do that because that is the best politics for me, is talking to neighborhood groups, medical experts, public health directors, as yourself as a medical expert. That's who I will always talk to, and it's never enough education, but those are the great things that I take from being in this position and how I arrive at my decision. So I wanted to thank you again for coming in today and the time you've given me. Thanks.
Thanks, and I'll await that unelected bureaucrat t-shirt that I can wear on Fridays.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. I don't see any further lights. I will just offer a couple of my own remarks too. I do appreciate the council members that did take the time to meet with the public health director in the last few days. I know there were some long meetings, and I think those were good discussions that were had. And I do think that the amendment of the whole 56B, which has been moved, does represent something much better than where we started a couple weeks ago, in the respect that it keeps a public health director and someone with infectious disease expertise as the one who is advising the mayor and the city council on these issues and presumably writing any kind of designated health measure that might be needed in the future on any particular public health emergency. I think that's better. I think there's also a clarification that was raised in our conversation last week that whatever is decided in this new approval mechanism process is final by the city council. So a simple majority, and it does now designate specifically that cannot be vetoed. One thing that was not at all clear, I thought, last week, and still has not been clarified, is could that be amended by a city council? I know verbally, and then I guess by email, The city attorney has confirmed that answer is no, and I think that's the way it should be, frankly, but that's not in here. It's not expressly written that way. Mr. Kuzi, I would give you maybe just a second on the record to confirm that for the public hearing record.
That is my position, and the position of the law department is that it cannot be amended.
Okay, thank you. But I would also say in a day and age when it seems every word is analyzed and there's lawsuits about almost everything, including these topics, I do remain concerned that I still don't, in my opinion, haven't addressed some important issues in there in terms of the wording. Some of the things we've talked about, Ms. Hughes, around the terms epidemic and pandemic, and is this truly only applying to citywide issues? I think that's the intent, but it doesn't say that anywhere. And I think Mr. Kuzi expressed that intent in our discussions last week, but that's also not written anywhere in here. So I still just remain concerned we haven't tied that up correctly, and could be misconstrued to apply to things like epidemics like flu or STDs or any other number of things that I know a public health director commonly deals with. So that does concern me still. And then lastly, I would say I'm not convinced what we're doing today does satisfy any particular lawsuit we have right now against the city, nor do I think we should be making decisions based on those lawsuits. So that, to me, isn't a convincing reason to approve this yet today. And so I do not support the amendment. I do think it's better than where we started, so I'm glad we've been having these conversations, but I just think there's a lot of issues still outstanding on it, and don't think we've gotten it completely right. I don't see any further lights. There's a motion and a second to approve 56B. Roll call.
Melton. Yes. Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Yes. Bagley. Aye. Harding. Yes. Johnson. No. Mr. President.
No.
Motion passed 5-2.
Thank you.
No, you may not. Next item, please.
Item 57, an ordinance levying a special tax and assessment to cover the cost of constructing sidewalks in district number SWR 2021-01.
Public hearing on number 57 is today. Proponents, please. 57?
I'm not sure which one I am.
Okay. Are you in favor of the real estate item here?
I am here as someone who has had a
Come on down.
assessment assigned, I guess.
Just your name and address, and we'll help you figure it out here.
Thank you. Jessica Dembinski, 12321 Bell Drive. First and foremost, this is not super related, but I want to say I've been here since about, 2:30 today, and it's been quite inspiring. I've never been to a meeting like this before, so to see it and to see you guys do what you're doing is incredibly inspiring. So maybe I'll show up more often.
Thank you. We appreciate that. First after last week.
No, it's super interesting to see from one dynamic to the next, small things, big things, the way that it's discussed. It's good to see it, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So kind of to give some background, and then maybe you can provide guidance on what exactly you need from me. We were part of a sidewalk situation that the city came and redid part of the sidewalk, and I was here about a month and a half ago to kind of discuss it, and was told to come back at this point to kind of discuss the levy that would be assessed. So I'm here to discuss that and to see what I can do to kind of come to an agreement on the fact that I just don't feel like we were given enough notice about the work that was being done. If we were given more notice, we would have completed the job that we had started. Initially, we were given information in March of 2020 that work was going to be done on the sidewalk. Work wasn't done. We contacted the city. They said the project had been put on hold. We had done partial completion, and as evidenced by what the city did end up replacing, they did find what we did sufficient to solve the problem. A year and a half later, September 2021, we ended up waking up to contractors being out ripping up the sidewalks. We were not given any notice that they were coming out. We were told that things were put on pause because of COVID, and we were of the understanding that we would receive notification. I know the last time that I was here, there was a gentleman that was representing the contractors that said that they're, on occasion, they do miss putting the flyers in people's doors. I said that a few of my neighbors were also supposed to receive some work done. I confirmed with them that they did not receive any information from the city saying that the work was being picked back up again. So now I'm being charged, I think it's around $1,200 for the work that was done. Not denying that the work was done, because it definitely was, but we were able to complete something that was sufficient according to the city, because there's a significant portion of the sidewalk that was not torn up, so that was deemed sufficient. And we were able to complete that for about $45 to complete the entire job. It probably would have cost us another $100 if that. At a time when, you know, you're in the middle of recovering. I was laid off during COVID from my position at work. We're recovering financially, so having a $1,000 payment versus $100 is pretty significant.
Thank you. I do remember your case. I'm sure others do now too from the Board of Equalization. And although we have you testifying as a proponent, I'll note that you're, in your testimony, obviously you're expressing concern about your particular assessment in this special tax and assessment group. So I'll come back to you here in a minute. Okay?
Sure, thank you.
All right. Are there any other proponents to number 57? Seeing none, any opponents? I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
So I finally found the case. So it's, was it 12321?
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
Bell Drive. And I too remember this case at Board of Equalization. So this is just the public hearing today, I would note. And I don't think we have anyone from Public Works here that could give us or remind us of all the information and their position on what they presented at Board of Equalization. So I just wanted to let you know that we don't vote on this yet today. So we will have someone from Public Works here next week to answer questions that the council may have, which I'm sure not all of us remember every detail of it. And I'll also, can I make a motion to continue the public hearing even though this is not something we're voting on today? I can.
So I closed the public hearing. Is that a problem, or can he? I think we can continue it, but we'll just plan on calling her up. How's
Yeah, I'll so
I will be out of town visiting family, unfortunately, next weekend. Next week, so I won't be here.
Would you be here the week after?
I could potentially. Is joining via Zoom an option? Because
Sure.
I could do that. I could do
Zoom's
that.
on. Okay,
I'll be in Ohio.
Great, because we can vote on it next week on the 12th. So and we will allow you to Zoom in, and we can call you up and ask a question, which one of us will do, surely.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Yeah, I have a question on, because I mean, $1,000 all at once could be difficult. What are the payment options for these? Can you do payments? Does anyone know? I'm not sure, Mr. Kuzi, if you.
Amy?
Oh.
I'll try.
Okay,
The
thank
law
you.
department, it depends on the amount.
Correct.
Oh. So
So I-
Mr. Stubbe, can you answer?
I think it's up to 500 has to be paid the first year. And I think if it's up to, I think, $999, it can be paid through the second year. So the potential is because of the amount, I think there's 3-year payment, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Stubbe's right. Mr. Dowding's helping me. Stubbe's right. It's on the record. I'll never take it back.
If nothing else, I'm glad I could provide that for you today.
Pardon me?
If nothing else, I'm glad I could provide you being right today.
Yeah. Well, and the reason I bring that up, I'm just because the daunting, like, if what's the worst case scenario? I wanted to let you know that I knew that there was something that could be done. And if it's over 1,000, then it can be paid over 36 months. Okay,
thank you.
Just wanted to let you know. Is there interest on that? Or no interest if it's paid within the 3 years? Does anyone know?
By Bob Stubbe, Public Works, I believe by code there is interest that's also charged on that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was my question.
Thank you. There's no further lights. Thank you for coming down, and
Thank
we'll
you.
talk to you next week.
Thank you.
All right.
Item 58, an ordinance to approve the Local 251 collective bargaining agreement for the years 2021 through 2025. Personnel Board recommends approval.
Public hearing on number 58 is today. Proponents, please.
Good evening, council members. David Grauman, City Labor Relations Director, 1819 Farnham Street.
Mark McQueen, work with Baird Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham. I acted as lead negotiator for the city along with Dave Grauman and Deb Sander. This is a 5-year agreement. It's already been ratified and approved by Local 251. I'll just quickly cover the highlights of the agreement. On the economic side, the wage side, which is typically what most folks are most interested in, because this is an agreement that covers 2021 is the first of 5 years, but a retroactive payment of 2%, a 2% wage increase for 2021 within city budget. 2022, the average wage increase is 6.28%. That's atypically high in the city's negotiating history. A reason for that is the city adopted a very unique approach to these negotiations, conducted an extensive wage survey, took a look at the Omaha market and the CIR appropriate array, and essentially tried to give the employees the benefit of whichever market was more employee-friendly. The idea behind that was eliminate CIR type of exposure, but far more importantly, help with the city's recruiting efforts. So we had an unusual settlement for 2022, and then the remainder of the 3 years of this 5-year contract, 2% per year increase. In connection with that, we also increased the number of pay steps from 6 to 11, so it takes longer for employees to move from the entry-level step to the top step. Also increased shift differentials, 25 cents for the second shift, 40 cents for third shift. We introduced some pay incentives for certifications for auto mechanics and for a master's degree for those employees working for the police department. In the area of medical insurance, we matched the settlement that we reached with the police officers and also the functional employees in terms of increasing the city's health savings account contributions for all levels of enrollment. We increased the city's contribution to dental, for dental insurance, the premiums for the dental insurance. We also reduced the vesting period for pensions from 10 years to 5 years, slightly increased the city's contribution and the employees' contribution to finance that change in the pension plan so as to avoid any unfunded liability problem. Like you've heard before with similar collective bargaining agreements, we added Juneteenth as a holiday. We also increased the amount of time that employees might receive compensation because of an injury on duty from 12 to 18 months. Again, consistent with previous settlements on this exact item. And then with the Local 251 contract, there's a great deal of language changes. I'm not going to address that or try to address that here today in the interest of time, but to the extent you have any questions about language changes, be happy to address those as well.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Now we have Local 251 leaders here to speak.
Good evening, Mr. President and other council members. Scott Dombeck, 5013 Cass Street. I am Vice President of AFSCME Local 251. First, we'd like to thank Deb Sander and Dave Grauman and all the staff in the HR department that put in the incredible amount of work on this contract. Deb was generating spreadsheet after spreadsheet. They came to our ratification meeting to explain some of the complexities of the wage structures to our membership. They went out of their way to do an excellent job of presenting the contract to our membership, and we thank them for that. Local 251 supports the contract. Our members overwhelmingly approved to accept it, 232 to 65. As was stated, the contract provides a approximate 6.5% wage increase average for our group. There's 64 different job classifications within this group, and many of them were far behind where they needed to be in terms of wages. And this contract goes a long way in correcting those deficiencies. And we're confident that this will help solve some of the longstanding problems in staffing in some of these job classifications, as well as encourage employees to stay with the City of Omaha. So for those reasons, we urge the City Council to vote in favor of this contract. And we encourage any members of the public who are considering coming to work for the City of Omaha to get online and apply.
You're speaking Deb's language. Thank you. Any other proponents today? See none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the bold leadership and all the hard work and dedication placed in adding Juneteenth as a holiday. The community sees this as a very grand and significant contribution to the City of Omaha as a whole, and a step in the right direction to something that was long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with that notion, and I think by function of these next three items, that'll be the case for all city employees, correct?
Except fire.
Okay.
Fire bargaining.
Do you want to come to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Except for Deb Sander, City HR, we have negotiations that will start with the fire bargaining unit. Fire bargaining unit does not yet have Juneteenth. Neither does the fire management union, because their contract is up at the end of this year. So we'll be negotiating that going forward with both of those groups.
Good. So soon to be, which I think is also positive. And then Deb, as long as you're at the podium there, so one of the major things in this agreement and also the next two agreements is not just the wage increases in the 5-year deal and the pension updates and the healthcare updates, but the pay compensation that was alluded to. So I want to thank you for your work on that. I know that's not a simple thing to do when you're talking about over 3,000 employees and very disparate jobs and functions, and the city hasn't done that in a long time in terms of updating its pay structures to reflect the market. And as Mr. Dombeck noted, hopefully what that does is make us more competitive in a very competitive job market, and in particular as it applies to Local 251, where we know there's great needs, and particularly with the AEO ones and street maintenance and things like that we've talked a lot about in this forum, and we hope this helps correct. The last thing I would ask, it might be more of a finance question. We talked about it this morning, but I think it's important for folks to know that even with all those adjustments and subsequent percentage pay increases in out years, the biggest impact in a positive way to employees is in 2022, as Mr. Dombeck noted, somewhere around an average of 6% increase in salary. For the knowledge of taxpayers, I want them to know that was accounted for in the 2022 budget and it does not create any kind of situation or deficit in our current year budgeting.
That is correct. The wage adjustment account was placed at around 6% to ensure that we would have the funds to cover the negotiated contracts.
Great. So it's good planning. And I would also commend all interested parties and party to the negotiations for their work on this and for bringing us to this point. Thank you. No further lights. Next item.
Item 59, an ordinance to amend various sections of Chapter 23 of the Omaha Municipal Code for SimTech for the years 2022 through 2025. Personnel Board recommends approval.
Public hearing on number 59 is today. Proponents, please.
David Grauman, City Labor Relations Director, 1819 Farnham.
Mark McQueen, Baird Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham. Once again, acted as lead negotiator with the city, partnered up with Dave Grauman and Deb Sander. The economic terms here are very similar to Local 251. This is a 4-year contract. However, first year of the contract, 2022, average increase or overall increase 5.27. Again, because of this unique approach to the negotiation and the good work that has already been acknowledged from Deb Sander and surveying and coming up with unique wage scales and competitive wage scales for each of the job classifications. We increased the shift differential for the Semtech employees, much like we did with Local 251. In 2023, 24, and 25, modest 2% wage increase in each of those years. We increased the longevity pay for Semtech very modestly. We adjusted the pension to change the vesting period from 10 to 5 years, identical with what we did with 251, and financed it in the same way. We also added the Juneteenth holiday for Semtech as well. We changed the HSA contributions that the cities make into the health insurance health savings account for employees, again, consistent with Local 251 and the other collective bargaining agreements we've reached in the last 12 to 18 months. And we've slightly adjusted the FMLA provisions under this contract so that employees, when they need to take care of a family member in a condition that qualifies for the Family Medical Leave Act leave, are eligible to use their paid sick leave for that type of leave. Last but not least, we changed the working out of classification compensation program so that employees become eligible for that after 6 consecutive shifts. So once again, very similar to what you saw with the Local 251 contract. This contract's also been approved by the union, and that's all I have in support of.
Thank you. Any other proponents that want to talk today?
Good evening. Larry Tatum, 3212 Golden Eagle Circle, Blair, Nebraska. I work with the City Public Works Department, Facilities Management Division. I'm currently the chairman of the board at Semtech Union. I'm just here to voice my support on the proposal that's been tendered. You know, we worked a long, long time. We spent, I don't know how many hundreds of hours, literally, going through this data, sorting out data, trying to figure out what is right and what is not. One thing that we did this year that's a little different is we were able to use survey data from various sources. And one of my big complaints has been the last 2 negotiations that we don't look at the local data. We look at comparable city stuff, which is great, but who really cares what the wages are in Wichita, Tulsa, Oklahoma City? What counts is what's going on here around our city. And it became very obvious here in the last 2 years that we're having some difficulties along those lines. When we looked into those details, it became very apparent that the problem was with the wages. You know, our benefits are pretty darn good. The problem was our wages were way down here. When you add them all up together, it does not create a package that is intensely desirable in the local area, and we begin to have trouble getting people to come to work here. That's a shame, folks, and it's, having been here since about 1997, I've seen a lot of things come and go here. This is a process that I think has never happened here since I've been here. Very unusual and commendable to all, and I appreciate all of your help. Deborah, I don't know how we'd have done this without you. We think it's a good, fair program for everybody, and I really do sincerely believe, as Scott says, that this will cure a lot of our employment ailments that we have currently. We'll get some people very interested coming back to work here and keep them here because we can keep them here for a long time based on the wage payment schedule. That's about all I had to say, folks. Here for questions if you have any.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents?
Jared Anderson, City of Omaha, Human Rights and Relations, Secretary of Semtech. I just stuck it in because I was already here. I didn't think I'd go till 6, but I second what Larry said. The board actually was created the last round that we did this, and between Deb and Larry and their experience and the hours they put in and all the other board members, this was a kind of a monumental task being new to the city. I've only been here for a few years. I did think it was important to stay and at least voice my support for it because I am part of the new generation of who's going to, hopefully be with the city for several decades. As Larry transfers out over the next 5, 10 years, who knows? We wanted to make sure that we showed his support. The board had somebody else here, so he didn't think he was all alone. This was overwhelmingly passed, and that's the thing that sometimes gets lost with our membership at times. This is a collective bargaining group. We do what's best for the collective group as a whole. So by no means is this perfect for every individual necessarily, but as a whole, all the work that we put into this, it turned out to be a very good, what we believe is a very good contract for the 275 or so members that work here. So I stayed in, just like I said. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. I hope you guys pass it on through.
Thank you. Thanks for your work, too. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Begley, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. As someone who, in my job as a union leader has been in several contract negotiations since 2007. It was great to see, and Deb and Dave that work for the city, and Mark that is the outside counsel that leads in negotiations, the process that the city uses. And it's good to see you got ratifications on these, and the union leaders are here today that supported it. So I commend you guys on the work you did. The one thing I'll say is I find all of you very capable. Dave, Deb, Mark, and I see Bernard back there. And I know Matt's got a lot of good attorneys in the city attorney's office. My hope is in the future that the contract negotiations will be done in-house. I think that's important from my perspective to have in-house counsel doing that. And I know Dave, you have the background for it, and I know Deb, you're very experienced. As I sit on the council, and again, it's not anything against outside counsel, Mark, again, I think you're a great attorney. I just think $375 an hour that the city pays for a lead negotiator is money that can be saved by doing it in-house. So again, I applaud you guys on getting the agreements that you did and the work you've done, but that's the comments I wanted to make going forward. Hopefully that's whoever is in the mayor's office the next time, I think this is a 5-year deal, that's something that the city seriously looks at for a cost savings. Thank you.
Thank you. No further lights. Next item.
Item 60, an ordinance to amend various sections of Chapter 23 for the administrative and executive classifications for the years 2022 through 2025. Personnel Board recommends approval.
Public hearing on number 60 is today. Proponents, please.
Bernard didn't. Labor relations information. So what occurs in this particular contract is similar to what has occurred in the past, and that is the AEC group generally has had terms and conditions of employments that are established similar to those that are established for the Semtech bargaining group, and that's what occurs in this particular case. As Mr. McQueen referenced when he discussed the Semtech, there was a wage study done, and that established for 2022 new wages, and Ms. Sander will discuss that briefly. There was also a change of the pace. There was some inconsistency in the AEC group as far as how many steps and how many years it took to get to the top range. That was rectified. Everybody will be consistent. And then after the adjustments were made based on the salary study for 2022, there are 2% increases for 2023, 2024, and 2025, just like there were for Semtech. The longevity increases are exactly the same as Semtech. Same with the healthcare, same with the pension plan changes, and some of the other similar changes. So you'll see this looks an awful lot like the deal that you saw for Semtech. A few differences. AEC did have a separate contract adopted last year, so Juneteenth was already adopted as part of the AEC group when it was done for functionals last year. So you don't see that in this particular ordinance, but
thank you. Other proponents?
Deb Sander, City Human Resources. To Bernard's point, when we did the salary survey, we had asked Silverstone, starting back in 2019, to do a comprehensive study based on our comparable city array as well as the market data. The other thing that we did do for the AEC group is we went back to Silverstone and asked them to give us government market data. What we mean by that is Midwestern cities, Midwestern group, as well as cities that were comparable in the general fund budget size as well as the number of employee size. So that way we had additional data to review. As Larry said, with the Semtech group, they gathered their data, and we had our data, and we came to a meeting in the middle with the AEC group. As Bernard said, there's not a bargaining unit, so we got additional data to make sure that we were on point, put those pay scales together, and presented them, and you have them today. But it's all data-based. We looked at what is the better of the comparable city data and averaging and looking at the market data to where we would land on these particular pay scales.
Thank you. Other proponents today?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. Just want to make an observation. I know Mr. Endenbosch, and I don't consider him a bureaucrat. I consider him a technocrat. Thank you.
Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Rowe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I serve on the HR committee with two other of our colleagues up here, and I just wanted to express appreciation to Deb and to Dave and Becky, the whole team. Just, I hope you express our appreciation to your whole group, because we know how difficult it is to work on these negotiations. It's give and take and give and take, and a lot of time and a lot of work. And so we just want to express our appreciation to the whole team for the effort that they put forth to get us to this point. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next item.
Item 61, an ordinance to create and establish a charter study convention.
Public hearing on number 61 is today. We'll have Mr. Kuzi start with a few remarks as a proponent to kind of explain what's happening here and what the process is.
Matt Kuzi, City Attorney, Law Department. Bernard Endenbosch, Deputy City Attorney, is also here. As required by our own charter and by Nebraska law, we are required to have a charter convention no later than every 10 years, the last one being in 2013. The decision was made to convene a charter convention this year, not being 10 years, but 9 years, to coincide with the November general election. What the charter convention consists of are 7 people who are technically nominated by the mayor. I know that a hybrid system was done this year in terms of nominees from both the mayor and from the council, who will review the charter, take input from the council, the mayor, the departments. Also, a process can be developed where citizens can also make suggestions for changes to the charter. Any changes that are recommended by this organization then go to the council. It will go through the normal legislative process before anything that works its way through that being placed on the ballot in November for a vote of the people on the ballot.
Thank you.
Bernard might have things to add. I didn't miss anything. All right.
Bernard, the technocrat? It's better than autocrat, I guess. Any other proponents on number 61?
Good evening, members of the council, Madam Clerk. Congratulations on your recent award. My name is Mark Brannon, 6915 Evans Street. I think it's a great idea to convene the Charter Study Convention. I do take issue with one point in that previously the Charter Convention studies were made up of 25 members, dating back to, I believe, 65 was the last time it was 15 members. But in all those instances, the mayor appointed 11, and each council person appointed 2 members. So that's 14 from the council, 11 from the mayor, which equates to 44% for the mayor and 56% for the council. So in all previous conventions, except for the first one, you guys get to, and ladies, excuse me, appoint the majority of the people that that then met at the Charter Convention. Now, as it's written, you all each appoint 1, and the mayor appoints 8. So 7 out of 15 for the council is 46%, whereas the mayor now appoints 53%. So pretty much an exact flip-flop from previous precedent. There may be an argument that, and Mr. Harding would have some insight, as you did a wonderful job in leading the last convention. There may be, the argument perhaps is that 25 was too many. It's like herding cats. And if that's the case, that's perfectly understandable. But let's have the mayor appoint 7, each one of you appoint 1, and then together you guys could convene to agree, and that'd be a good exercise for you guys, to agree 1 more at large. So then the council would effectively have 8, and the mayor 7, the same percentages as before. I think that's important. for representation across the city, to have the districts more fairly represented at the charter convention, because this is a momentous occasion for the city, and we want to get it right. And I hope you will consider adding an amendment to change the numbers so that you, as a council, have the power that you should have. Well, I know it's a strong mayor system, but if we could, and if we're not going to change it, I would appreciate some understanding as to why it was changed, just for transparency's sake. Additionally, I know that it will be set up as a public hearing with minutes that will be available to the public. But I would make the request, hopefully we can get some assurances that .com will be able to set up, have a presence there, so that for the majority of people that can't attend the meetings or even navigate the process of finding those minutes, that those meetings will be available for them to view and remain in the loop, because we as citizens do have ultimately the final say on the ballot of whether or not the new laws will be enacted. And so I think the sooner we're informed, the better for the entire city. With that, I'll close, take any questions, and once again, congratulations, Madam Clerk. Lucky to have you here.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. I want to agree with the ability for citizens to track the progress of these members, whether having an outline or updates maybe during your meetings, but definitely so that people feel that they've been involved and informed concomitantly or in tandem with the progress that the study is doing, because people who are disenfranchised, one of the ways that they can get representation is through elections and also systems change. So the convention is one of the biggest opportunities that we have for systems change. So it's very important that there is participation, not just by experts, but by the community that is affected by decisions that the corporate city makes. Thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents?
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska, 68132. I am opposed to this ordinance because I don't think the public citizen knows what you're going to be up to. We haven't heard about anything like that I know of, at least recently. There may have been one reading, but you don't really read them to us. And I'm opposed to it for a number of other reasons. We want input into the rules. So I'm going to mention the Open Meetings Act because I think you violated it tonight. One of many times probably. But
So-
because you opened up.
Larry, I don't agree with that analysis. We're talking about the
excuse
Charter
me,
Convention.
I have a
If
right
you'd like to
to
address
talk.
that, you may address the Charter Convention, not
I'm
the rules.
talking on this. You're changing the charter without my input, without other citizens' input. And I am required by law to give you notice.
That's not correct.
That you are violating the Open Meetings Act, or I don't have standing. That's what I am doing.
That's not correct.
Ask the city attorney, ask the county attorney.
I will ask
I have to object to you today.
Well, I
And if
appreciate
none
that.
of you object to him.
And I object to
you're
your
all
testimony right now,
liable.
and I think we're going to have to ask you to
That's the
leave.
way it reads.
Please. You're not addressing the issue. And this is the 5th time you've testified today, and you're not addressing the issue.
By letting people talk. So you violated me there.
Thank you. Any other opponents today to number 61?
Just let me say, do you really want to spend taxpayers' money on another suit?
I don't see any other opponents. Public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Matt, could you come up, please?
Mac Husey Law Department.
Thank you. Just have a few questions, just so that we can pretty much educate the public and the community at large. When were the committee members notified that they were a part of this agenda?
When were they notified that they had been nominated?
Yes.
Monday,
Monday of,
yesterday.
oh, yesterday?
Right, that's not part of the agenda.
So they received notification that they had been
nominated, that they had been nominated. The only thing
Okay.
on the agenda right now is the formation of the Charter Convention. The resolution containing the 15 slate of names will appear at a later date, I believe April 26th, excuse me.
So they were nominated via email? Or how were they nominated?
By
How did they receive notification?
By each of you who nominated your respective persons, by the mayor's office for their respective persons. We have that information. We informed them all yesterday that they had been nominated. I presume that they had already known that they had been nominated either by council members or the mayor's office. And again, their names will appear as a resolution on April 26th to be voted on at that time.
Okay, and then can you explain where myself, Danny, and Don, we all are new to city council, so we've never been involved in the process regarding the formation of this committee and what that looks like. So can you tell us what that looks like?
There's very little guidance in the ordinances, the charter, or the state statutes about a charter convention. There really isn't any guidance from them. There's nothing that says how many members it has to be. When do they have to even live in the city? There's no guidance in state law that tells us what to do. The only thing that they really tell us is that it has to be within every 10 years. Now, tradition has shown that over the years, or over past charter conventions going back decades and decades and decades, there has been this system where, to address the issue about the membership, much like any other type of board or commission, it is technically the mayor who nominates the individuals to the charter convention, just as the mayor does for any other board or commission that we have. However, there's this, again, tradition whereby council members also give their names, and in this case, the situation was the mayor will nominate this many, council members will nominate these many, and that will be the slate of nominees. So it's really tradition that's guided us more than anything, because the law itself is very silent on it.
Okay, so when we as city council members approve the slate of names and this committee began to have meetings to review the charter, can you tell me what that structure would look like?
That structure will look very similar to what is happening in this room right now. The number was brought down from 25 to 15 because it's fluctuated over the decades between those two numbers. And again, there's no set number of how many there have to be. But when I briefed the council and the mayor's office about this several months ago, COVID was an issue. We took that into consideration. 15 is a little bit more manageable than 25. And also, if you look both where you're sitting and behind you, we can fit 15 people in this room. This room is more conducive to having public hearings and also broadcasting it. Mr. Indenbosch can tell you that 10 years ago, when they held the charter convention meetings, it was in the floor below us, not where we have pre-council, but on the room opposite to it, and that was not very conducive to work. Poor sound quality, poor room for people to come and speak to them. So 15 also coincidentally will help being able to have the meetings also in the legislative chambers where they can potentially be broadcast. And it's a place where people know to come to address their government.
So we all know that as committee members, there has to be some kind of structure, such as how the meeting will be led, organized, and controlled. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, on the very first meeting that the Charter Convention has, the ordinance will have someone who is named as call it the interim chair. They will be addressed, they'll have an opening address by the mayor, they'll have an opening address by Council President Festerson. Mr. Endenbosch and I will also address the group, but at that very first meeting, they're going to select a chairperson. They're going to decide if they want to have any committees. They're going to set out what their rules are going to be, and they're also going to make an announcement of what are the meeting dates going to be, because I think we settled on 7 or 8 meeting dates. There is a timing factor involved. We do have to have enough time for the council to review the proposals, for it to work its way through the legislative process, and we do have a deadline established by the election commissioner about when to get things onto the ballot. So that will happen at the very first meeting, will be kind of that, I guess, administrative process where they're going to set out what the ground rules, who's going to be running the meetings, and agree upon meeting dates.
Thank you.
Mr. Palermo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kuzi. Cool. You might have to give your name and address.
Matt Kuzi, Law Department.
Thank you. Pete told me to ask for your name and address. You answered a lot of my questions on the layout of this, and it is important for those who have no idea how this works. There might only be 2 people that have been through it before on the council, being 10 years ago. So, but you answered those by there will be a list of dates, correct, that would be available to the public to be able to attend?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll be very similar to City Council. The clerk will publish, as the clerk publishes now, an agenda so that the public will be aware when the meeting's coming up and what the agenda will be for that meeting, just as similar as the clerk does right now for City Council meetings.
In the reduction in people selected to serve on the committee, that was due just based on there being too many people in the past?
Well, I think it was a compromise. When I presented the idea of reducing the number from 25 to 15, it was acceptable to the mayor and to the council having that reduced number, and I think there's some logic for it. With a smaller group works better. There is still a COVID issue. This room, we can't fit 25 people in this room seated in that fashion. Those are all factors that went into it. I looked at some of the work that had been done in previous charter conventions from Mr. Kratz's records and even his predecessors' records, and it did appear that 25 was too many, so let's try 15. And if I'm wrong 10 years from now, we can go back to 25.
Yeah. So. Sure.
In that prefatory synopsis, when Omaha initially elected on May 15th, 1956, pursuant to the Nebraska Constitution, Omaha elected 15 members of the Charter Convention for the purpose of studying and examining the government of the city. So the initial charter that established the mayor-council system, which that's what they changed. It used to be a commission form of government, but we changed it, and in its place, that's when they adopted the mayor-council form. So it was originally 15 members. So I just thought I'd throw that in there in case you didn't know. It was just some history.
I would take credit for knowing that, but I didn't.
Yeah, I think I read that somewhere. But
It's noted kind of, it prefaces our charter online in our ordinances.
So here's about the only question I haven't heard asked. Each council member selects one person given to the mayor. Can the mayor say no to that council member selection?
Is my understanding that she does not intend to, that the slate of names, each council person's selected individual combined with the 8 people selected by the mayor will constitute the 15 people that you will see on the resolution on April 26th. It'll be one resolution, all names, as the nominees for the charter convention.
Okay, and looking at the names, I mean, I don't have an issue, but what if somebody did for one of the selections that the mayor or another colleague made, Could they pull that name off and vote individually, or is that just the way it's set?
It has always been set out that the slate of names of the Charter Convention members appears as one resolution with all names on it, whether it's 15 or 25 people.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kuzy. Thank you.
Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
I'll weigh in because Mark brought it up. I think I was the chairman of the last charter convention, and as Mr. Kuzy pointed out, the room we were able to meet in, actually we met in a couple different rooms before we finally ended up downstairs. And having 25 members, I think it was a little onerous, and I think having a 15-member board still is representative. It gives all of us an individual selection. It gives the mayor her selections. And I think that the number of 15 seems to be, as was pointed out, for just logistically why it might make some more sense. But I would also say to Mark's point that it may have been a little bit like herding cats at times. So I think having a smaller, more nimble board, I think, can prove to be more productive, so that we can see what considerations come from that committee for our consideration to put on the ballot.
Thank you. I would ask just a couple of questions too, Matt. There were a couple of questions I did get. What was why now? I think you addressed that a little bit in your remarks, as opposed to the 10-year mark at 2023. And I think the answer is that the mayor wanted to initiate it now to have those recommendations, because then they could be considered on the November 2022 ballot, as opposed to if you waited one more year, then you're talking about November of 2024, so another 2 years later, right?
At Matt Kuzy Law Department, when I pitched the idea to the mayor about doing it now rather than next year, it was so that it could be on the ballot in November. There is a greater amount of voter turnout for a larger election of this sort, rather than doing it next year when presumably we'd have to have a special election to have it, and turnout for something like that would probably not be very good. Certainly not as good as it would be for a general election in a gubernatorial and congressional race here.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to have a special election cost in 2023 and have super low turnout probably.
I am always sensitive to the finance department, so that was a concern as well.
Okay. And then I do think there will be increased interest this year, which is good, in what the commission does. I think there was some decent public participation last time, but I think there'll be a lot more interest around it this time. So I'm encouraged to hear that it will be in this chamber, which I think is much more conducive to that. And I appreciate Mr. Brannon's suggestions about if it is here, it can be then broadcast right over public access.
And speaking to Mr. Indenbosch, he feels that he can speak. Mr. Indenbosch has already reserved the room with the building commission for our planned dates that we've had a tentative schedule. We met with the clerk, we came up with a schedule, and Mr. Indenbosch is going to communicate with .com to work on having it so that this can be broadcast. And with regard to the public input, that will be up to the Charter Convention members, how that will be done. We'll have a suggestion for them. I guess one thing that the public should realize in terms of not tempering their expectations, but the charter cannot have a provision in it that would violate state law or federal law.
Yeah, that was my last question, I think, was you described a mechanism by which the public will be able to give suggestions to the committee to consider. And I'm sure as city attorney, you will review those to see, if in fact they're applicable to the situation or just couldn't be considered because of state law or some other barrier. But absent that being the case, all those public suggestions will be considered by the committee, and so the public can be reassured in that respect.
And speaking to Mr. Indenbosch, who will be leading this, I'll be learning from Bernard. He's threatened that he won't be here in 10 years, so I'm going to learn from Bernard how to do it with Ryan Wieson's help. So what Bernard has informed me was that 10 years ago, the Charter Convention had a smaller committee that would review citizen requests, and I assume that the law department was involved in helping review those citizens' requests before any of them got forwarded on to the full membership, because I suspect that there will be instances where members of the public might suggest something that would be inconsistent with federal or state law and not really something that we can pass along to the other members to consider because it isn't something that's viable.
But absent something like that occurring, there's no other filter, right? The commission will get to hear and consider suggestions anyone may submit and want to have considered, absent some other conflict in state law or applicability.
That's my understanding, and the Charter Convention members itself will set up the process. We have a recommendation for them, but we can't set it up. The commission members have to set it up.
Okay, right. And the first meeting's when? Remind us.
May 16th.
Okay.
Further, the meetings will be held in the late after, I think we have the meetings from about like 5 to 7 or 5 to 8.
And the thought is several meetings over the summer and
Correct.
recommendations to the city council, which could be late summer, fall.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Earlier than that, because we have to get the ballot.
Correct.
By September 1st.
Clerk says that we have to have them by September 1st, so I think the last tentatively scheduled meeting is in July. July 14th.
Thank you. Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Thanks. It just got touched on at the very end there, but I did want, it probably would behoove us to make sure people understand that this is a recommending committee. So their recommendations would then come to this body, and this body would then vote on them to place it on the ballot. So what happened, actually, I believe that if my memory is correct, from the 2013, all the recommendations that we worked so diligently on and great ideas, and none of them got approved by the council.
That is true.
There were 4, I think.
There were simple ones.
Oh, yeah,
Nothing
there were like
with
language corrections. Anyway, it's a good process. It generates good conversation and ideas, and I'm sure we'll have many that actually we vote in favor of to forward on to put on the ballot this fall.
And I believe all 4 of those were approved by voters too at the time. Yep. Okay, no further lights. Next item. Thank you.
Item 62, an ordinance to amend Chapter 15, Article 4 of the Omaha Municipal Code for the promotional farmers market special designated licenses.
Public hearing on number 62 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Non-action items, items 63 through 73 do not require public hearing or city council consideration at this meeting, but will be placed on a future agenda for public hearing and or vote. The reason for non-action is noted after the item on the agenda, as well as the date the item is expected to appear on agenda for consideration.
Second, roll call.
Melton. Palermo.
Yes.
Rowe. Bagley. Harding. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Meeting is adjourned at 6:23.